Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. Check it out here. Make everything fine. Put everything straight. There we go. And here we go. Put the dock, make sure everything's all right here. And here we go. Apparently I'm live. And here we go here. Position that here. And okay, so everything looks fine. Let me just make sure everything's good here. And nothing here like this. Thank you, Blogger for the donation, much appreciated. Through PayPal, just saw that come in. And here we go. Put a little bigger here. So welcome aboard, everyone. This is the Saturday Shortwave live show. We are here exceptionally. Last week was on Sunday, but this week we're back on Saturday with the show about radio, talking about shortwave radio in general of all sorts, and it's kind of cool to be here and checking it out and having everybody around and have what is essentially a very solitary hobby for a lot of us and turn it into something more fun where we're all together and joining in to share our hobby. Well, you know, Lagardai, you never know. Maybe I'm now an AI bot, and I just take my Saturday off and do something else. All right, so let's start this. So welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 UTC. It's a show about radio, talking about all sorts of aspects of radio. We're going to have a little bit of some back to basics today. Sometimes we, take for granted that everybody knows everything, especially when it's on the most basic level. And there was a great example on Facebook group this week of, okay, you don't know what this is. And we were talking about universal time and why we use it. So there's a lot of these little things that I think are essentials to the hobby, and that helps us through, and sometimes you don't understand why. Why are we doing this way? Why are we, why can't we use our own time zones and stuff? So I think a little bit of going to the basics today is going to be interesting in the shortwave, and of course we'll tune the bands. Interesting thing happening right now. Radio Marti, which was only Monday to Friday, seems to have resumed its complete schedule. It is now on right now, 11,860 and 11,930. Very strong here. This is what I'm tuned to right now. And last night, it was on its nighttime frequencies, which they had not used for a long time. So it kind of seems that they've actually just put the full Radio Marti schedule back online on the shortwave transmitters. It'd be fun if that could also happen to Voice of America, which I don't think is going to happen, but who knows? But it's kind of interesting to see that they really worked to put back Radio Marti to a full schedule here. So of course this is the broadcast. Radio Marti is a broadcast from that comes from the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter site, and is directed to Cuba and Cubans. So interesting to see that they decided to put that back. It's going to be cool to see what's next. Are they going to add something else? Sure miss a few things also that I find the transmitters would be put back online, because I guess maybe Radio Thailand could come back and so on. It's sad to see that, what I call the collateral damage of all of it. Anyways, my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we are here to talk about radio. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people that are great and that share and help and are just amazing people every week. And so you can join in, say hi, ask questions, answer questions if you have the knowledge. Whether we've been listening for 50 years or just for 3 months or 2 days. There's always some knowledge. There's always something somewhere that we don't know anything about and that we just want to, learn more. And there's always something to learn, whatever our age and however long we've been into the radio hobby in general. When this is done, we have a Facebook group which has the same name as the channel here, official SWL channel, and where all of the activity continues. People share what they're listening to, ask questions, answer questions, show the radios they're using, new radios maybe they purchased or found somewhere. And it's a great group to continue. And, if I post things I listen to from time to time, if anything special or unusual happens, I'll talk about it. So it's a great place to be also there. So nice to have everybody here. And it's always cool to have fun with radio. Anyway, this week I went to Perry Island. I am actually taking the time to go out with radios, as we're in mid-September now. And mid-September in Montreal is that turning point. It's where either it's going to be warm and okay for the next few weeks still, or it could just turn over and suddenly it's cold and, not much fun to be outside with radios. So I'm enjoying the last weeks of what looks like summer still, even though the trees are starting to actually turn, the leaves are starting to turn to different colors now, as we are getting close to the fall. In a little more than a week, we'll be at the equinox, day and night of equal time everywhere around the planet. And that has always some very unusual propagation that comes with it. So it's time to tune around if the conditions are right. And it's hard to think about it, but we are into the last stretch of the A schedules, the A25 schedules. They are coming to an end in the last Sunday of October. That isn't that far off. It's barely a month and a half away. So it's kind of incredible to see that we've already gone through most of the summer schedules for Shortwave. And B25 will be starting the last Sunday of October. That's going to be another time of very interesting to see what's on the schedules that's out there, what frequencies some stations will choose. Definitely will be something to look at, and quite fun. So this is the time is just flying. It's just crazy. I can't believe how fast time is going. So before we start, just to let you know that helping me out is something important. It lets me continue, and this, of course, is through donations. You have the super chat here on YouTube where you can actually go through the steps. There's some things like super sticker. There's something new that I haven't looked at that's kind of I don't even remember the term that they're using, but there's some other new way now of helping out a video and something I'll have to check out all the new details. So there's that. And of course, if you don't want me to die of starvation, there's the Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat treats through PayPal that can be used. It is very, very helpful, and thank you for all the donations. Those that donate, you will be in a drawing near Christmas time of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships for a year, and a little surprise. I'm going to be looking at a small surprise that will be added because it's Christmas, and so there's going to be a little something that's also going to be drawn for all of those that donate wherever you donate from, and it's much appreciated, and thank you so much for being here. So Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. Nice to have you on board, and it's here it's warm too. We're in the mid 70s. We're going to be in the 80s this week. Almost all week, they're supposed to be lower 80s, which is going to be summer-like, and some sunshine is like for a week. It's going to be quite interesting. We've had a little bit of cold weather this week, but you know what? It's coming back to summer. So summer hasn't said its last words. It still wants to hang around. Actually, in the last 5-10 years, I've noticed that September is now pretty much become another summer month. So we see that the temperatures are rising as September is actually much warmer than it was. Actually, I saw statistics. They were showing statistics from like September's in Montreal from like the 1900s until 2000, the average temperatures. And from 2000 to 2025, there's actually a big difference. The average temperature has gone up by almost 2 degrees in September. So it tells us that September is warmer than it used to be in the past. So Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. I'm going to take a sip of my cranberry beer. This is a special fall brew that they have. Cranberry beer. So cheers, everyone. Jean Arrache, nice to have you on board. Bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe, Québec. J'espère que tu vas bien. Richard Wagner, WA9301 SWL. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here from North Illinois. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK, M7CON. Nick Amendo from Romania, nice to have you here. TVDXer, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Atari, nice to have you here. Atari says it's going to cost me probably close to $200 to get the ICOM R75 fixed. I just don't think it's worth it with more stations shutting down. I think it's if I had an R75 for $200, I'd get it fixed. It's totally worth it, and I think what happens probably is I think you're very focused on a specific aspect of the hobby, and that's maybe why you don't find what you want on shortwave. If you're just a program listener, somebody who wants to listen to content, that offering is not as big as it used to be. Although there's still a lot of stuff. There's some interesting stuff over WRMI, and we still have a few stations that are interesting that come in. Radio Romania, Voice of Turkey, Radio New Zealand, and of course the relays via WRMI like Radio Slovakia, Radio Prague. So there's still a lot of offering, but it's not the 80s or the 70s. That's definite. But from what I've seen from the last time you were here, you don't seem interested in utilities. It's not something that turns you on. So that limits a lot of what you have on the radio, and basically probably the reason why you don't find it interesting. I listen to everything, and I find it fascinating to listen to all sorts of signals. That makes a huge difference because that makes your radio alive with tons of things suddenly. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. Nice to have you on board. And WA0113SWL. And it's hot. Oleg, nice to have you here from Israel. Idaho Head, nice to have you here from North Idaho. Bloggerdie, Pant made it. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL. Tari, transitioning internet radio, loud and clear, no static, and more variety. Internet radio has its own problems. One of the things, and that's on every internet radio I've had, there's so many streams that just are always, stopping, and then you gotta wait, and then it comes back because it has to rebuffer, and there's a lot of streams that are like that, it makes the listening experience totally horrible on many streams. And the ones that are okay and that do stream correctly, take out the music. There ain't that much interesting stuff on internet radio, honestly. I listen to some podcasts of things that exist only through internet, like Radio Polonia, for example, has its daily news from Poland show, which is very interesting. There's a few things like that. Radio Bulgaria has its daily Bulgaria Today broadcast or podcast and stuff like that. I do a few of those. Honestly, I've owned an internet radio I had the first ANG in WFR20, which the aggregator closed and shut down, and then the box became basically a brick. Then I got the WFR32, which right now is horrible. I don't know what they did with the new firmware update, but I'm not the only one complaining. It's now become hell listening to anything on that thing. So I've been actually mostly pairing up my Shoyoung R1, which it looks like an old-time radio. I made a few videos and has pretty good sound quality. And I match it with my PC through Bluetooth, and I just go on the websites of the different broadcasters that I would like to listen to some of their podcasts, things like that. I'll use internet radio streaming for most of the time for the BBC World Service, because there's not that many times in a day that I can hear it. I do hear it at midnight from Madagascar, which comes in, and that I listen to on shortwave, which is a lot more fun to me. It's much more interesting to me to listen to the BBC on shortwave than it is on the streaming, because the streaming there's no excitement for me in streaming something on the internet. But it all depends on what you're looking for. It all depends on what you're, when you're a program listener, if you like to listen to programs, there's, you'll have stuff. As for the clarity of the station, that definitely through internet radio you don't have half of the static, and the interference from the neighbors don't matter. But like I said, there's a lot of buffering on some of the streams that is very annoying. It depends on each stream. I guess it depends on the aggregator also where they're getting that stream from. But that is annoying to me. So I'm not. I do have some stuff I listen online, but for the most part, I still stick to shortwave. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Blogger Die from Central Virginia. With more radios than I really need. What do you mean more radios than you need? There's never too many radios. London 19657, nice to have you on board in the bar. So don't drink too much. Tori says I haven't given up totally on shortwave yet, but it is very discouraging lately. So it's a question of diversifying what you want to listen to, mostly. But it's if I would be just a program listener, there you got to focus on what's left and what's there, and what's left is the few broadcasters that still broadcast to North America, and the relays that you get from WRMI. And at certain times of the year, you've got some stations that come in, like China Radio in English might come in direct from China, or you might have Radio New Zealand, things like that. John Hummel Noel, nice to have you here. VE5JHN. And Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330 is WL from Sun City, Arizona. RJ Dakota, yeah, Max Headroom. It's funny that you talk about Max Headroom. I came across a video from Art of Noise. They had that video with Max Headroom, which was kind of interesting. Extra EDC, nice to have you on board. I wonder if the Doomsday Clock is still transmitting. Yeah, well, if you're talking about the buzzer, there's been a discussion this week about the buzzer interrupting quite a few times and having voice over their transmissions, and that made a lot of that created a lot of talk of people saying, "Wow, what's happening?" But over time, there's always been these moments where there's some voices, but it seems to be more frequent lately, and it's to wonder exactly what are you trying to do with all the rumors of that signal, what it is, what it could be. You might kind of go to is it could be used only to try to scare people or governments, like let's fake it. Is it like some real instructions? It's like the number of stations we're listening to, which is always kind of interesting. What do we what is it all about, and at the end, where is it all happening, and is there somebody out there listening, decoding those messages, or like some say, are they faking it? It's anybody's guess, but there's been a lot of discussions on the UVB76 buzzer that I've had that had a lot of breaks with some people talking in Russian and names and so on. So kind of interesting. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. And 5KVO from South Texas, sunny in 89. Perry in Sherbrooke, Quebec, nice to have you on board. Mogridge, as somebody who has just become interested in this, I certainly do not even know the basics. So we're going to go through some of those basics today. So stay tuned. Mike Beat, nice to have you here from Colorado. Oleg, Voice of America is long dead ago, but it'll be nice if they're coming back. Yeah, it depends on how they come back too, what type of programming. Kevin, Nice to have you here. Your channel in this community brought me back to radio arts in 2019. I am so grateful for what you do. Well, thank you very much. This is the idea. If you're not alone, there's a lot of people that have been in the hobby. Actually, it was very interesting. On Wednesday, when I went to Perry Island, there was an old guy. You know, I say an old guy. He was in the 60s. I guess in the 60s. You know, I'm an old guy too now. So it's just, you know, we get that minding that we refuse. I don't know. In our brain, it's like we're not aging or something. Our body's telling us, yeah, you're getting older, but no, the brain is still stuck. Like, you know, I'm still too young to drink. But anyways, the guy was there with his bike, and he stopped at a nearby picnic table, and he finally got up and came to see my radios. And it was interesting because he said, these are shortwave radios, right? And I said, yeah. He says, yeah, and I see that you put the wire up in the tree. And we started talking. The guy has a lot of knowledge of radio. He hasn't done radio in like since the 90s, early 90s. He stopped there. But talking to him, it's like, you know, he started asking me questions like, you know, is there still some, you know, like number stations, spy number stations? Is that still a thing? And it's like, oh wow, you know about spy number stations and all. So it was kind of interesting to have somebody that, you definitely did listen to the radio. He doesn't remember which model, but he remembers that he had a Panasonic radio in the late 70s and through the 80s. And he listened to international broadcasts. And he actually even said that he almost got his amateur radio license in the late 80s, early 90s. He thought about, this could be fun, get my license, and finally he never actually did. And I talked to him. I told him I got my amateur license a few years ago, and all of that. And so he says, so it's still a thing, you know, there's still amateur radio operators. And it was very interesting. The guy had some knowledge, and definitely knew, you know, that he was talking about single sideband. He said, I got my first CB radio with single sideband, because there was a lot of, you know, we made a lot of distance with single sideband, and it was fun. And so the guy definitely, you know, you could see that he owned radios and he knew what he was talking about. And he found it very interesting. And actually, I don't know if he's watching today, because he took note of my channel. And I told him on Saturday, 4 p.m., I have a live stream. So maybe he's watching, I don't know. But if he is, I'm saying hello. So, you know, it was just fun to talk about that and see. He remembers the fond memories of listening to cell phones when they were analog, and talking to me about all the conversations he've heard and so on. So it was a lot of fun. The guy was really, really cool. And you know, it takes radio to sometimes have conversation with people you don't know. And so, you know, that's pretty much what happened on Perry Island. It was very quiet. Actually, it wasn't quiet. When I got to Perry Island on Wednesday, there were tons of kids. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? All the kids, but they all dressed with the same clothes. So I was like, okay, they look like they come from a school or something. And so at one point, a bunch of them passed near my table. So I asked them, I said, what are you guys doing? And they showed me a map. They had two treasures that were hidden on Perry Island, and they were trying to find the treasures. So they were going around with the map and trying to figure out where that could be and where they could be. And so it was just so funny. And one of the funniest thing is, the three girls together that passed by my table and said, "Excuse me, sir, we're not supposed to ask, but if we pass by and you know that somebody found a treasure, can you tell us and tell us where they found it?" I said, "Isn't that cheating?" And they said, "No." It was just so funny. So anyways, they spent part of the afternoon. There's a lot of kids going around spending time trying to find those treasures. I don't know if anybody found anything. I thought I'd hear some, kid yell, "I found one" or something, but nope, didn't. So I guess I don't know what happened with all of that. Then it quieted down like around 3:30 p.m. It's like it quieted down, and there's literally no one on the island. It was like crazy. Since they don't mow the lawn anymore and the grass is very high, I noticed that there's a lot less people going there. I'm wondering if the fact that there's very high grass that's basically higher than it's as high as me. You don't pretty much don't even see over it. I'm wondering if it's like maybe people are not as comfortable going there. There's like we don't see much. I thought about it. I went on the island with my radios, and I was like, yeah, something could happen and nobody will know because they can't see. And but in my case, I told that to the man that I was talking about radio, and I said, well, I'm not really scared about coming here alone because they all think I'm the cop of the park with my talkies. So it's like every time they come by, they just change direction because it's like, oh, there's a police there or something. It's like I feel almost more secure than anybody else because it's like, well, they all think I'm the cop, so okay, that's fine with me. It's all right. So yeah, but lots of fun. Definitely lots of fun. And it answers, I guess, Jay Waterson 69. Your question about anything special happened at Perry Island. One thing that did come to mind is that I didn't see my. I told you the story. There was this guy that every single time I went there was always with his bike. He was kind of halfway going home every time he would pass by. He'd stop and have his Gatorade and his little energy bar. And, we would talk for 5 minutes and then he would continue his trip. And I told you that the first time I went to Perry Island this year, I saw him, but he was in a wheelchair, electric wheelchair. And he was telling me, well, I don't bike anymore because he had health issues. And but what actually is interesting is I went to Perry Island last week and this week, or 2 weeks ago and this week, something like that. And both times I didn't see him. So I hope that I actually thought about him. I said, wow, I hope nothing bad happened and he can't come anymore to the park or something. So, but both days were a little cool, so I thought maybe, when you're biking, you're always warm because you're doing exercise. I kind of thought, well, maybe he's not coming because it's a little cool. And since an electric wheelchair, you don't really do any exercise. Maybe it was too cold. So, I don't know. Tim in Texas, nice to have you on board, K5TJS. Almay Sam, good afternoon, nice to have you here. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. John Hummel Newell, V5JHN, can always learn something new, absolutely. Mine WX50, about 47 years listening here. Seems like the late 70s were just yesterday, though. Yep, that absolutely. Gareth Brennan, nice to have you here. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Meow to Mr. Paul. He went outside, and this week, and the funniest thing this week about Mr. Paul, let me show you guys a picture. So he went to the neighbor's yard, where he often goes. And so this is where he was near the fence. So this is Paul near the fence in the neighbor's yard. And I go in the kitchen, I do something, I get back outside, and what happens? I see this. And that's exactly the spot where Paul the cat was before. So I'm like, oh, okay. That's interesting. I had not seen one of those in a little while. So, and this is, took a little picture of me near the water at Perry Island. So this is one part of Perry Island near the water. And I took some pictures of the radios, I believe. Yeah, radios. I didn't. I thought I took a selfie with the radios. I don't see it. So anyways, it's nice to go there, and it's always nice to kind of, go out. It's kind of complicated too right now because with my caregiving duties, plus my friend with cancer is like degrading fast. So things are like a little complicated. So if I can find a way to go out and have some radio time alone, just relaxing, it is something that's kind of cool too. Fred Water, I'm so old I told Marconi that this radio thing would never work. Didn't believe you. I believe. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland, where it has been a very stormy day with thunder, lightning, and loads of rain. So could not go for a DX walk to the park. So hopefully things are gonna get better. My WX50 had cranberry vodka. Yeah, that I had too. Not cranberry beer. Yeah, it's not bad actually. It's not bad. Pitef Barat says listening to HF aircraft from Shanwick on the XH Data D808. Thanks for your live stream. Makes my Saturday night. More from Pete in Mansfield, UK. Thank you so much. Nice to be here. Yeah, I guess maybe that's learn the because you have stuff you can listen, utilities you can listen to, planes over the oceans. You can hear the air traffic control, and you can use tools that are fun to use for all of that. So you can look at Flight Radar website and see that plane visually on the map, for example. You have all sorts of other things. Like I said, sometimes the excitement comes from you're listening to standard traffic, and like it happened a few years ago, I was listening to the Caribbean air traffic control from New York with Caribbean and planes, and then came through an emergency. They had to have a doctor on the phone to and relay the communications. Some passenger was having a heart attack and so on. So this excitement is from a lot of stuff and a lot of different stuff. You got to put yourself also in the skin of what it's all about. If you're listening to spy number stations, thinking that maybe some spy somewhere is getting this secret message, what it could mean, and you're intercepting that secret message too. You might not know what it means, but you're hearing the signal, things like that. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here from South Daytona. And 76 degrees, not too bad for Florida. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, USA. Brad Shaver, cranberry beer sounds very nice. Steve M, nice to have you here from England. Jonathan W5GI, nice to have you here from Boston. Hey Ricky, salut, j'espère que ça va bien, nice to have you on board from Calgary. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board. Hope that leaking roof is fixed or getting better. Stephen, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Oleg, shortwave more interesting than internet radio. You never know what you catch, and if you do, it's nice even when stations are weak. Like today, some stations was interrupted by some loud noise. And the thing is also that the enjoyment of radio is different from where you live, because there are parts of the world that have so much more broadcast still than others. So if you're in North America or on the west coast of North America, yes, if your conditions are not great and have a lot of noise, you actually end up easily having a hard time getting stations. That's also a big problem with a lot of I would guess if you're new to the hobby, that is something that is a problem, and a problem you might not know anything about. The fact that, yeah, you might have so much interference around where you are that you're not picking up much. So, KW61, gotta go downtown to pick up a package. Hopefully the AC RF Pro. Yes, cool. Bowman's, nice to have you here from UK. Best SDR for VLF, very low frequency. I know that a lot of people for the very low frequencies, when I like medium wave and long wave and below the long wave band, a lot of people talk about very highly of the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. That apparently in low frequencies are pretty amazing. I've used my SDR play devices on long wave quite a few times. They seem to be pretty good at receive, but I don't know. It's I don't know if anybody else doing any very low frequency listening on their SDRs, what SDR you're using. Fred Water, I'm a program listener. The difference nowadays is that instead of 10 or 12 programs to choose from in any evening, it's 4 or 5. Yeah, definitely a big change, because a program listener, I realized that's something this summer going to Perry Island, and it wasn't just the conditions, because you could have the radio conditions. The propagation isn't great, but the fact is that if I compare, if I take a video of Perry Island when I went there in 2015 and a Perry Island video of now of a band scan, one thing you'll notice is that in 2015 I would tune a lot in the international broadcast bands, because there is all sorts of things that I don't hear here but I hear there, like Bangladesh Batar and stuff like that. If you notice now, I spend more time with utilities, because there's a lot of utilities to be heard, especially when it's very low noise. But the international broadcast bands, although there's stations there, for the most part they are in the language I don't understand. So I sometimes, there's a few videos I didn't bother to do. I did 2 or 3 scans, and I decided not to make a video, because it was there was nothing in English on any of the stations except WRMI and some religious stuff. So I thought, well, maybe I'll concentrate more on the utilities, because there's definitely a lot more signals on the utilities that come out there, because there's just so little noise. So with good propagation, it's very surprising what you can get. What else do we have? George Popescu, nice to have you on board from Romania. And says DXing I like more every day. Oleg, it's even more interesting when stations that always talk also have music time, like Radio France. I have 1 hour of music close to the end. So it all depends on what you like and what you want to listen to. Jasmine, nice to have you here from Seattle, building a solar power mesh radio repeaters and listening. Cool. Nice to it keeps you busy and doing all sorts of radio stuff. It's cool. Don Royal says, I enjoy the variety of music on my showing LC90 radio. JDA Dakota, I have my share of favorite shortwave stations that on a bad day I will listen to on the internet radio. Otherwise, I don't listen to internet radio that often. Sometimes I still find it interesting. Yeah, there are things sometimes that I will do. With the Shoyung radio, this is where there are things that are interesting that happen when you start, um, listening with the LC90. You have the best of both worlds, or almost. Shortwave radio isn't too bad on it, so you end up listening to shortwave and see what's out there, and you might at some point say, well, there ain't anything interesting, and you switch to that internet radio and see what's out there and search for things, or search for podcasts and so on. And you end up at some point with something that is definitely interesting, because you got everything in one package. This is what's interesting about the LC90, and eventually the LC100 hopefully might be better. It brings you both worlds, so it's like you always have something to listen to if you want. I could go from listening to some shortwave, and then it's like, oh, okay, nothing much. Oh, let's see what's the BBC like right now, or you'll go to old school stuff like, well, bring me ABC Radio Australia stream, and so on. There are some interesting stuff that you can go and get in between times when, well, shortwave at this hour is not much interesting. I'll move on to the internet radio and get something else, and then maybe come back to shortwave a little later. So, Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Oleg, for me, NHK Japan was in bad time to catch, so I listened to one of the SDR online with better signal. Yeah, and that's also something, you can use online SDRs to Kiwi SDRs to tune around on different radios around the world to get some other types of broadcasts. Sometimes I look at the EIBI space schedules, and I'll spot some unusual station in English or French, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go and tune a Kiwi SDR and see if I can hear that. Often when these stations you don't really hear. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania, and he's ready for a beer. J.A. Dakota says, like to find pirates and weather utilities. Australians between 8 and 9 are interesting, but I haven't found them yet. Jasmine says that movie, The Number Station, popularized Number Station. Yeah, I remember seeing that movie. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board, my friend. Mike WX50 and HK Japan News is part of my morning flash briefing on my Amazon Echo. So I'm a guy that goes to bed quite late, usually not before 1 a.m., and often it's more like 2 a.m. So that's 05, 06 UTC. There are a couple of English and French NHK broadcasts relayed from France that make it quite well here at those times. So I often will listen to NHK Radio Japan's news and programs through those late night transmissions, where they often are good enough for a pretty good listening here. So there's a few things like that I do with NHK Radio Japan. Oleg, how do you even catch Radio Japan on the internet? It's region locked, the main one. I believe the main one could be, but I believe that's a good. I would have to see if I can get NHK I'm not going to try it like that. Not with this one. But I believe there is the World Service isn't locked. The World Service is you could stream if I'm not. Yeah, there are a few things like that, and unfortunately, some countries will lock from going outside of, like BBC. BBC has some stuff that they lock. So I think NHK has an app, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check it out here. If I go here on my App Store, just put NHK World Japan app. NHK World is there's an app. There's an app, NHK World, for the phone. And it's installing. Open NHK World. Accept. So this is the NHK World app. Allow. English. It's only one language. Save. And audio. Yeah, you can listen in.
Hello and welcome to NHK Newsline. I'm Ross Mihara in Tokyo with the stories at this hour. Japan's Agriculture Minister Koizumi Shinjiro has decided.
So they do have NHK Radio Japan app that you can listen to. I can listen to it here in Canada, so I guess that is also a possibility. Might be when you met that gentleman on Perry Island, you had an actual live chat in person. Yeah, that's pretty much like it's a live chat in person. So, and Mike WX50 is sharing the NHK link for Amazon Echo. George Popescu says, I wish someone tests SDR radio and DRM radio. Yeah, well, there are a few transmissions in DRM from Romania and a couple of other broadcasters, but I'm still wondering. We're mid-September. We talked about the company that said they would have low-price DRM receivers. I haven't heard anything about them, and we don't hear anything about it. I'm almost wondering, well, is it once again one of those, oh yeah, we're going to have low-price radios for DRM, and it's never going to happen? So I don't know. Levy Nathan, nice to have you on board. Old radios, I don't like when it gets above 85 Fahrenheit after August 31st. Yeah, I don't like big, humid, warm weather. So, but, what else do we have? Perry Island, yes. Stephen bought 2 Gold Peak sweet tea today. Cool. Cool, enjoy. Dr. Arshid Joshi, nice to have you on board, my friend. And a very good morning to you in New Delhi. It's always a honor and a pleasure to have you here. RJ Dakota, I usually like to listen to Pirates and Utilities. Jasmine, I like how Hugh Stegman calls the utility frequencies Shortwave's action band. Shortwave's action bands. It's yeah. I mean, the scanner radios back in the day, often they would have like, oh, get all the action with, it's, I guess it's somewhat that too. Mr. C's Garage, nice to have you here from California. Oleg listened for 7 years plus. There was more stations around 2014 until 2023. Yeah, there are some the less broadcasts out there that are audible. Jasmine's got the Mayhem Hack RF, and she says it's so much fun. Jim Gordon, continuing to enjoy your Windows channel, particularly your most recent coverage of the mystery of the disappearing drives. Oh yeah, that is something. That is something. Man, I got called every name in the book in the last week and a half with those videos. From a Microsoft kiss ass to being paid by Microsoft to talk about it and defend them. Hey, I'm just stating the facts. I'm not defending anybody. If it's the update, it's the update. That's it. Jasmine is because an update in August, some people started freaking out because the SSD drives, or solid state drives, would disappear from the PC if they were transferring very large files. And people jumped to the conclusion it must be the Windows Update, because when you remove the Windows Update, that would not happen. But after investigation, because Microsoft tested and said, we tested with like tons of configurations, we can't recreate that problem. And Fizzin, which makes the controllers for the SSD drives, they also said, well, we tried with so many computers and so many different configurations, we can't recreate the problem. And so everybody was like, yeah, you're just, they're lying and you're just saying what they're saying. And it's like, please, I don't jump to conclusions. And finally, it is proven now by many groups that those that have that problem all have solid state drives that have developer firmware on them instead of finished firmware for retail. Everybody that has retail drives, which has the last finished firmware, no one has a problem with that. So it turns out that there are flaws in the developer firmware, and for some reason the Windows Update triggered that one of the flaws of the drives. So everybody jumped to the conclusion it was the Windows Update. But boy, and I'm still actually, I looked at comments today, I'm still being called out as a Microsoft kiss button, whatever you want. It's like, yeah. Try talking seriously about a subject and you just get completely bashed by all these, conspiracy guys that always think that your PC's, anyways, that's the way it was. So it's just funny. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul. AA1SU checking from northern of Vermont. Just came from the 31st annual Northeast Street Rod Nationals, which is so close to me that I walked there. Well, no, it's impossible not to go there when you can walk to that place. I mean, I enjoyed my my Ukrainian festival last week like crazy. I was just having so much fun with my nephew, and we just had so much good time. Just love that stuff. So now I told my nephew our next date will be actually we're going to see Bryan Adams at the Bell Center here in Montreal on October 8th. We've got tickets for Bryan Adams, and then after that we'll go through the haunted alleys around Montreal for Halloween night, which is going to be fun. And I'm hoping there's going to be even more activity because it's a Friday night this time around. SWL Signal says, utilities are my favorite place to hang out on the bands. Kev Michael, nice to have you on board, says, got SSTV on 3730 from France to Germany. And using a Kiwi SDR. So, pretty cool. Dr. Arshid Joshi says, I heard Bangladesh Batar extensively in English, Hindi, and Bangla language until last year. Also got a QSL letter and card from them. Batar can still be heard on medium wave band here, but dearly missed on shortwave. Yeah, definitely. There was one broadcast that they had on the 22 meter band that was really cool. When I went to some DXpeditions where it was really quiet, I often could get that broadcast from Bangladesh Batar. Another one that I get much more also when it was still called All India Radio. There were a few broadcasts in French and English that I could get when I would go where it's quiet. Now, since they've called themselves Akashvani, there's one frequency that sometimes makes it a little bit here on 9620 kilohertz in the afternoon, but it's not a great signal, and it's in French, which sometimes they do switch with like maybe a 15-20 minute English broadcast towards the end. But I miss when All India Radio's general service was like on 11, was something like 11/620 or something, and they were just coming in every single afternoon so well in English. As I always enjoyed listening to that, and the very unique music that they have too. Ken Michael got Outpost Radio Bear Island, Norway, 1270 with Bing Band music. Cool. Texan PL 990. And tune in on my smart TV. Old radios. I'm at my pop's house, so I can't go band scan today, or I'll interrupt his 2.5 man rerun. You need to get radio and some headphones, so that you can do it, and it'll be fine. MDK2, nice to have you here, Matt. So enjoying your little break. Got my open spot for IP and running. Cool. Oh yeah, Jasmine, that was something. When you came back with, hey, I'm hearing WLO, I was like, whoa. I thought that thing was gone forever. That's definitely something. Open spot up, yeah. My WX50, I find NHK Japan's news an excellent source of Asian news and world news. Yep, it is definitely a good news service. Ricky Long says NHK has excellent 24-hour English TV stream. They use the audio from the Newsline program for their shortwave broadcast in English. So, I think I saw I was looking at the channels I have on TV the other day, and I can, if I want, I can, because I have this. It's costing me a fortune, but I have this big fancy. I don't know how many channels, but there's like a block of 30 channels that I can move around. I can remove one, put something else in place. So sometimes when I get bored with some of the channels, what I'll do is I take out stuff. One time I put the BBC news, TV news, as a channel. And I think I saw NHK part of the channels I can choose. Maybe I should play around and check that out. RJ Dakota, old classic shows from MeTV are okay. Kev Michael, NHK General Service. Fred Waterer, that Ross guy at NHK has a great deep George Takei-like voice. Love his work. It's so funny because NHK in French, uses so there's a woman, which obviously sounds like Japanese, because she has a little bit of accent, but she sounds like a Japanese woman. But the guy that they use he learned his French here in Quebec. Quebec French has this unique sound to it. So when you hear somebody from Quebec or that learned French in Quebec, you immediately recognize that. In my case, I immediately recognize that. So every time I listen to an HK World Japan in French, I immediately recognize the guy with the Quebec accent, the Quebec French voice. It's just so funny. And I'm thinking, wow, this is Radio Japan, but it's the guy learned French in Quebec. Ricky says, in the Montreal region, you can watch NHK in English on a sub-channel of WCFE. Oh, really? That's interesting. I should check that out. First of all, I need to try to get WCFE. But that's interesting. I always wondered if I'd put an outdoor antenna just to test out with the HDTV what I could get on my HDTV over the air. Jasmine has Milo's sweet tea for the win. That's great. RJ Dakota, that business with DRM keeps happening. If someone broadcasts using it, there should be receivers that can demodulate it. Yeah. Tori, do you ever listen to As It Happens from Canada? Oh, yeah, I listen to As It Happens a lot. More in the past. Now, today, I don't listen to the CBC much. But it used to be a fairly regular. Actually, it was even on shortwave. As It Happens was broadcast on shortwave when Radio Canada International was in the 90s. I remember listening to As It Happens through the shortwave outlet. It's a great show, actually. Like WX50, I have NHK, France 24, and DW Deutsche Welle on my Apple TV. Tristan, nice to have you on board. Good evening from Newfoundland. Idaho Head, shortwave is great because there are no algorithms picking what it thinks I would like to listen to. I get to hear what I find. That is a big positive thing of radio, AM, FM radio, and shortwave. You just listen in. There's no trying to figure out how they can trick you into something. It's radio. They don't know you're out there listening. That's one of the great aspects of radio. It's like they don't know. They don't know. And you can be listening to something without having. So it's okay. What else? I lost my spot here. So you can be anonymous, totally anonymous. Fred Waterer says DW TV stream is on YouTube. Last I checked. Yeah, I don't remember if it's YouTube, but I remember seeing a stream online. There's actually there's quite a few streams online of some TV. So okay, Michael, I have news break on my phone. Police monitor. Now I can see and hear the police and fire. Still have the Radio Shack Pro 525, but useless on 800 megahertz due to P25 digital. Yeah. Here it's even worse. It's not just P25 digital. They are on P25 digital. They are also encrypted, which makes it totally impossible to hear. Toast and Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. See you in 90 minutes, Matt. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here. And Marvin Motz is from Beijing, China. Cool. LMSF 24, nice to have you here. Mike WX50 logged air All India Radio on 15335 in 1981. Wow. Thank you, London 19657 for the donation. Tuna pizza with extra anchovies for you, and mainly Paul the Cat. Absolutely. Ajay Dakota, I used to enjoy air from AIR from India on 11620. That signal was excellent considering the extreme distance. Oh yeah, that signal was really great. Really great. Absolutely. It was a regular. When that stopped, I was really sad. Kevin Michael used to hear AIR New Delhi, India on 11650 in California back in the day. Planet 003, Europeans, 3940 kilohertz music wave radio now on the air. Fred Water, I love Quebec French. Yeah, it does that little sound, that little something. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board. How much RF amplifier booster? For what? What do you want to do? LMSF 24. Peter Giacopelli, nice to have you on board. Donations does not work. What must be done? Where do you doing your donation? Here you click the dollar bill at the bottom, and you click Super Chat, and then you go into an amount, and I guess it goes through an account, one of a Google account to pay for the amount of money you want to do. And or else you can, of course, once again, there's the super chat for those that want to do, like London 19657 did. There's the PayPal. If you have a PayPal account, then go to PayPal for the pizza fund, which is you just send it at the email that I just posted. It also works with my official Shortwave Radio at Gmail email. So you send it to that email. You say you want to send an amount to that email, and that should work. All contributions are very, very helpful and help me continue. So hope that you can sort it out, my friend. Jim Gordon, I too miss All India Radio on 11620. It was directed to listeners in the UK and Europe and put a powerhouse signal here in Scotland. Yep. And because it was directed towards Europe, it also, by, continuing its distance, made it all the way to North America, especially on the East Coast. So, pretty cool. E53, nice to have you on board from upstate New York. Paul Stringer, RCI broadcasted in the late 70s, but even in the 80s and 90s, As It Happens was also broadcast. I remember where I lived at the old place before here, listening to As It Happens several times on my little portable radio. Tosanov, I think shortwave listening helps you identify languages better even though you don't know any words. Oh, yeah. Over time, that is an ability. It's one of the abilities you have of identifying, like before I listened to shortwave, I would never have been able to make the difference between, this is Chinese, this is Japanese, this is Korean. I would have that's Chinese. Everything was Chinese. And by listening to shortwave, hearing NHK Radio Japan, and hearing all the broadcasts, you end up listening and saying, yeah, this is, Japanese, and this is Korean. You hear the subtlety, the differences in the pronunciations and the way things are done. and you can actually make differences. Like, oh, this is Mandarin Chinese, and this is actually a very helpful thing on our hobby, because sometimes people listen to broadcasts in a foreign language. They go to EIBI Space to find out what it is, or they go to some other online, website searching for what am I listening to, and you might have, several broadcasts at the same time on that frequency. And so how do I identify what's the one that I'm using? What's the one that I'm listening to, right now? And the only way to do that is, well, if you identify the language, most of the time there's only one transmission in specific language. So you'll know that that's the broadcast you're listening to. So being able to identify languages is extremely important. So Ricky says, here are my primary TV channels available in Montreal area. The US stations all have at least one sub channel, so TV might see more. Rabbit Ears Info. That's interesting. I didn't know about this website. Rabbit Ears. Look at that. All right. So, okay. I need to put some kind of good antenna on this big screen TV here. Even maybe outside. Actually, I never did it, but when my discone was out, I had thought of plugging the discone on the antenna input of my smart TV and scan the HD TV channels over the air to see what it could get. So thanks for sharing this, Ricky. That's interesting. I'll try to get what all of that is. Montpelier, New York. Wow. This is nice. I have to check that out. Huh. Okay. Rabbitears.info. I like that. Rabbitears.info. Yeah, Kevin Michael, France 24 is on YouTube 24 hours. Jim Gordon, the beer here tonight is a Newcastle Brown Ale. Oleg says Radio China in English 9600 strong where he is. What else we have? LMSF24, can you check 40 meter amateur radio? Well, I can, but most of it is local at this time here. It's still late afternoon, so not a lot of foreign stuff, but we can check it out and see. 40 meters for me on this radio isn't great, as it is has a lot of noise. I'm very in a bad condition here. So let's see what's there. Look at that noise. I got S7 noise. Wow. It's funny because on 7200 someone's playing music. Almost sounds like FM because of the distortion. There's some AMers. And noise floor is very high. I have the impression. So Brother Stare on 7490 WBCQ. I have the impression that my noise is coming from. There's a Samsung heat exchanger on the house that they renovated in the next yard, and I have the impression that that thing is creating tons of noise for me, because even in the higher frequencies, it's in the higher frequencies there I got tons of noise too now, which I didn't have last year before they started the renovations. Jim Gordon, remember CBC's as it happens on 49 meter band shortwave via the BBC on Sundays. One Christmas Day broadcast the famous Alan Mayland's reading of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Ricky says the fun thing about rabbitears.info is that if you expand a channel listing and click on channel XX, you can tell it to generate predicted coverage maps. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So you can have an idea if it makes it to where you are. That is cool. That is cool. Marvin Boss, when will they make a shortwave radio that automatically translates foreign languages into English? You know what? That should be something a radio manufacturer thinks about. An example of that is it went through Mr. Peter Giacopelli. I have the donation. Thank you so much. I was using Google Translate the other day on Radio Marti, and actually it works very, very well. When your signal that you're listening to is not too noisy, Google Translate is fantastic. It really, really works. And you can almost listen to a broadcast. So, you know what? A feature like that could be incorporated in kind of a smart radio that connects through the internet. And as it's receiving a broadcast in a foreign language, you can see what it's saying. Or even some voice could be auto-translating that broadcast to you. That would be actually something I would be very, very interested in. Knowing that you're listening to shortwave, to a broadcast in language you don't know, and having that auto-translation would be fantastic. That'd be great. That'd be great. But hey, you can do it if you want to do it now. If you have a smartphone, or even if you have a PC on your PC, you can go to Google Translate and have the audio fed through the PC and be translated in real time, which is actually kind of cool when you think about it. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you here from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Kevin Michael has Radio New Zealand on 17675. Yarabamba, nice to have you on board from Ontario. I enjoyed your DX videos from Perry Island. Good idea. Yeah, there's going to be more in the next week. I'm planning, with the beautiful weather, I'm thinking of returning maybe next Wednesday and playing with radios again. I'm going to bring other radios with me. I want to have... in the next one, I want to have some good, easy, tunable radios so that I can really fine-tune slowly through the utility bands. Also, one thing that I always forget is I want to bring a tripod, because I'd like to, if I tune slowly through, say, a utility frequency range, just put the tripod and tune and slowly talk about what I'm doing, what I'm listening to, or so on. Who knows? Maybe a short, 30-minute, 1 hour live with the phone could be interesting. So I'll be checking that out. I have I found the ultimate power power brick on Amazon for my phone. It is a battery. It has a 20,000 milliamp hour battery in it. It's quite heavy, but it also supports fast charge. So when I plug my Samsung phone on it, it charges as fast, my Samsung phone, as the Samsung charger does, which is great because it means it can charge my phone from like 40% to 90% in 20 minutes, which is nice because when you make a lot of videos, videos are crazy power hungry. So you make videos and the battery drains like crazy fast on the phone. So with that, I made the videos and I can either leave it plugged in or I make the videos, plug it back on the power, and I always have a pretty good charge all the time on the phone to do whatever I want to do. So with this is really good, and it also helps with my tablet. If my tablet, in the sunshine, my tablet's luminosity has to be at the max. I have to put the light at the max because I don't see anything or else. So that drains the tablet's battery a lot because you have to put it so bright. So that also helps with my tablet because it, will charge the tablet. So I need to remember to bring my tripod and do more videos, because now it's like I'm holding my phone and I get to a point where it's like, okay, and then you move and everything, and it's like, yeah, it's like not the best quality video. So but I'm pretty sure I'm going to return to Perry Island on Wednesday this week and spend some me time there again. It's supposed to be in the around 80 Fahrenheit. I think it's going to be great to make more videos. Maybe I have a spool of 100 feet of wire. So I was thinking that if I bring with me a good portable, I could put 30, 40 feet of wire in trees and check out what I'm getting with the radios there once again this week. Andy News says tonight's stipple is apple cider. Paul Stringer says I wrote the CRTC and they said Canada will never have sub-channels. Really? Why? Well, Canada has sub-channels because there's global. Is it global? Which one it is? There are sub-channels here in Montreal. There's one or two stations that have sub-channels on them. Blogadai says good signal from Radio Rebel de Cuba on 5025 this morning around sunrise. There's more and more reports of Radio Havana Cuba getting better. They seem to be slowly playing with the antennas and the transmitters and trying to fix them. So that's kind of interesting. Wood Turner, nice to have you here. Haven't had a Newcastle Brown in a while. I'm enjoying a Koenig Pilsner. I see the Newcastle Brown. I don't know where I go all the time, but I see them all the time. Maybe I should check that out and have them. I have a couple during the live show. Kev Michael, well, the handbands are not dead here. In general, there's a lot of stuff. Tosalov, even if it only works part of the time, it would be interesting. Oh yeah, absolutely. It all depends on the quality of the signal. Dirty Rat, nice to have you on board. Old radios, AI Brother Stare still on, yeah. Oh, like Brother Stare recently broadcast 17900. That's interesting. Kevin Michael, Radio Rebel Day, Havana, Cuba, on 5025 in the morning. Ricardo S, nice to have you on board from Portugal, my friend. Tosalov, yeah, here many don't have anything else, but several have other content. You know, I don't remember the exact channels, but you'll go to one and you'll be like, oh, you've got, oh, here's channel 20, or 20.1, 0.2, 0.3, which is kind of cool, though. Okay, Michael, any HF Marine in your area got 6675 Marine fishing boats in Japanese? I'm intrigued at something. Sheldon heard it too. Somebody tipped me off one night around 680 or something, and there was something in French. And I listened in, and unfortunately, when I got to listen to the signal, it was gone in like 3 or 4 minutes. Everything was shut down. But Sheldon heard the same thing several weeks ago. And he actually told me, he said, you should listen to that and try to identify what it is. Since you speak French, maybe you'll be able to, pinpoint and hear stuff and know what they're talking about. And so I need to actually get to listen a little more on those frequencies, because I'd kind of like to check out what's all about. I mean, there's a lot of things that when you start going through the frequency ranges, you realize, you know what? There's a lot of things that can be tuned in. So I've noticed also this week a lot of the broadcasts from Priam were not happening. The M12 Morse codes, the stuff like that. I don't know if it's because they changed frequencies or not up-to-date info. That surprised me a lot. We're not working. 77 LJS Pirate apparently right now on 6930 upper sideband. Let's see if I hear that here. 6930. Not hearing anything there. One thing I haven't tried today, let's go to the Russian channel markers. Don't seem to have any channel markers today. There is supposed to be a M12 Morse code spy number station on 12198 in 5 minutes. We could check that out. Okay, Michael got CBMT channel 6 Montreal, Quebec via the GEM internet. Memories of C-band satellite. So, man. Okay, Michael, Maria Ham from the Big Island is on 14 megahertz sometimes in USB mode. There was a statistic. I I forgot where I got the chart. I think it was on the ICOM website. They had a chart of reported activity in all modes. It was like the top modes used in amateur radio, and of course FT8 was number one. But SSB voice wasn't far. It was like number 3 or 4. People, I think it was number 3. People use, there's still a lot of, and there were numbers of like the percentage of hams using modes and so on. It was kind of interesting. Max 187. French language is hard. Yeah, French is a tough one. I learned French because I live in a French province of Canada, so my first language is French. But yeah, it ain't that easy. It ain't that easy, and I'm not actually very good at my French. Written French is not very good. I'm actually better, and it's so funny because people sometimes are surprised at that. But my written English is better than my written French, which is unusual. And I feel more comfortable actually writing in English than French, personally. So in a couple of minutes, 12:198. Let's check out if we hear anything. In about 3 minutes from M12 Russian spy number station in CW. LMSF24. What are you hearing on 7020? This is the 40-meter amateur radio band. Usually it's Morse code at that frequency range, but you never know what could be there. Depends where you are. Okay, Michael, 27.5 to 28 megahertz is marine. Yeah, it's pleasure boats from Australia. Has 10 channels. There's a lot of these little things that we don't know about, those frequency ranges that. So we're going to try the CW, and I'm going to do a couple of minutes of my caregiving duties, and then come back, and we'll have a little bit of. We'll start by talking about universal time. Why do we use universal time in our hobby? And which there's a very important reason to, because of the fact that we're all around the world. It's not the same time everywhere. Southern Airman, good evening, my friend. I picked up a St. Gian 909, $50, works great. Cool. Enjoy. It's a fun little radio to play with. So if you've got one in good working order. Keep in mind that on telescopic the radio is a little deaf, but on external antenna it works great. They're all like that. I was tuning the ATS 909X2 last night, and it was next to my Texan PL990X, and boy, the Texan PL990, all the signals were much stronger on the telescopic than they were on the St. Gian. It was, obvious. But that's a flaw of all the series. The 909, 909X, and 909X2 all suffered that same flaw. But the fun radios to play with, and they're beautiful radios. Really beautiful radios. Trustin says, when it comes to radio, I'm more of a content guy, finding something interesting to listen to. Been a little bored with shortwave, so I got an AM 200. Having fun with some AM DXing. A change to good. It's absolutely, it's pretty cool. Blogger Die, I kept my wristwatch on GMT when I was in high school. It was Central Standard Time, and you could convert by just extending the hour hand across the dial, in my mind. Ken Michael, Pirate on 11-meter band, around 27.25. Music from the 60s. There's one guy playing music the other day on channel, what was it? I think it was channel 12. Obviously coming from far away. So I'm hearing the Morse code. It's not very strong. Let me put a notch on that. I put a notch on that. So definitely there. Morse code 12198, which is the Russian number stations right now. So it's definitely there. So hey guys, I'm gonna go and just check on my caregiving duties, do a little something, take a few minutes, maybe bring another beer, and we'll be back and talk about more shortwave in a few minutes, and talk about time, UTC time, and discuss a few of the basics of shortwave too. I think it's going to be very interesting. And while I'm gone, don't forget that there's the super chat. You can give me a little something if you enjoy the show. How about giving me a few dollars, or $1, or anything helps through the super chat. You can also give me for the pizza fund, so I don't starve to death. And Paul the cat treats, and this is where you can send a donation. Remember, it helps a lot, and remember that it's not always to the same people to give a little something. If you're here all the time and never donated, maybe you bought that new radio because of me, and maybe you're happy with what you have because of me, and learn more things to listen to. Hey, how about a little something in return to say, hey, thank you so much for all you do. So back in not very long. It will be about a few minutes. So see you then. Still some Morse code. Still hearing some Morse code. And the number station. So, okay. There we go. Okay, let's continue. So, LMSF24 in Latvia, yeah. There's been a lot of Ukrainian / Russian stuff going on, and bottom part of 40 meters, 7020, from 7,000 to 7,100. In that range, there's been a lot of stuff happening there. So there are pirates. There's all sorts of weird stuff happening, and it's been happening a lot since the invasion of Ukraine. So you might be hearing something that's happening there. Haji Dakota had the XH Data D219 given to me as a present. I was quite surprised by the performance. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, for the price, it's surprising. Absolutely. Kevin Michael, and the first edition of the 909X, the digital went out. One of the biggest flaws in that series, the 909, 909X, 909X2, the first big flaw on the original one, which I have as a Radio Shack DX398, was that the speaker gives out easily. It's the biggest flaw. If you listen to it a lot, don't be surprised if it sounds like crap at some point. The speaker needs to be changed. Mine is in that situation. The speaker needs to be changed. I haven't changed it for a simple reason. I have a little amplifier that I just plug into the earphone jack. So, for me it works. But that's one of the flaws of the original one, that over time. The 909X, the biggest flaw is that tuning wheel that stops tuning. My 909X tunes, but it's finicky. It's like I have a hard time really using it. I end up pretty much punching in the frequencies rather than tuning around because it doesn't work well. So I hope that is something they fixed on the 909X2, because it's the same tuning wheel. I just hope it doesn't stop working at some point. Right now it still works, so we'll see. Blogger, I had a Chinese version of the D219. I gave it to charity and bought the North American version. Have a good dinner, Paul, VT Radio. Toast and Loaf, I've got a cheap shortwave radio that seems to always work better than my others with just the whip. Sun and Airman, what are you guys listening to at night besides religion broadcasts? I like the Alternative Show and Air Traffic Control. One of my listening, if I listen I'm in Montreal. I'm technically on the Eastern time zone, so kind of the East Coast of North America. One of the things that I will do in an evening on shortwave, if I decide to listen in an evening, I've got some, if I want program, I have some standard that I will listen to. For example, in 9 minutes from now, we have Voice of Turkey, which should come on in English. So I'll listen to Voice of Turkey, 11785. There's Radio Romania that I'll listen to. There's Radio Slovakia via WRMI that I'm going to listen to. Through the night, I'll tune in and see what's on the different frequencies of WRMI. Sometimes WBCQ, sometimes they have old-time radio shows and stuff. But if nothing's interesting there, what I will often do is start tuning around pirates, see what pirates could be on, and tune around, see any utilities that I might find interesting or maybe I've missed, see what's on. That's going to be an evening, kind of an evening of tuning for me is going to be like that here in Montreal. So so that's pretty much what I do. There's Spain. So we don't have English from Spain yet. I am lucky. I have French language from Spain on Tuesdays, 1 hour, so I can listen to Spain in French on a Tuesday night around 22 UTC. So there's a few things like that I'll go to. Sometimes I'll search the international broadcast band, just have my radio scan the international broadcast bands and check out what exactly can I hear on these frequency ranges. So this is going to be something that I'll check out. Even if it's not in the language I hear, I understand, if I can at least, I'll know where it comes from, and, maybe it's kind of cool here at broadcast that, oh, look at that, this is a station I've never heard before, So, Trustin, thank you so much for the pizza. And Frank Ireland, thank you so much for the tip also. So thank you so much. Okay, Michael has Sound of Hope Taiwan and Cantonese 13790. Don't know if I like almost anything besides religious broadcasts. I never listen to more than a minute of most usually. Southern Airman, it's not much to hear during the daytime. I mainly listen at night. Yeah, that daytime has always been kind of a little rough. There's a lot of absorption on the HF bands. LMSF 24 watt automatic gain control in microphone. Get without floor noise. Not sure of the question. Kevin Michael, I've been using the Panasonic RF 3100. So okay, so let's go into a few things here, as we're now near the bottom. Let's start with UTC time. So Blogger Dime, CNG and ATS 909 speaker is quite good. I bought the radio used on eBay not long ago. It was well cared for. Yeah, maybe I don't know if they could have, but maybe when they saw that it was actually a lot were failing, because my 909, which is branded as a Radio Shack, is from the first run. I mean, I purchased it on sale the first year it was available. So I've got pretty much the first batch. It is possible that when they saw the speaker going out on some, that they decided that, oh, look at that, we got to fix this, the speaker's going bad, so that we need to change. Maybe they changed supplier or something and got their speakers from somewhere else. So maybe the later batches are okay. But it is a known fact that the speaker of the ATS 909, the original 909, which also was branded as the Radio Shack DX398, wears off at some point. Mine is worn. Mine is totally, if I turn it on the way it is now, it's like it's totally distorted. You need to put some outboard speakers on. So, I've been thinking, it'd be worth, opening up. I mean, here at Addison Electronics, where I go to, I probably would have a good match for the speaker for not much, like, $15, $20. I need to open it and get the speaker out, and then see where I'm going to get a replacement for it. But like I said, I use an outboard amplifier, so it doesn't matter. I just put the outboard amplifier in the earphone jack or the line out. I think it's the line out I use because there's a line out on the 909, and it sounds great. It sounds fine. Frank Ireland, when we bought our new construction house 2 years ago, almost no electrical noise. Noise is so bad now that shortwave and many medium wave DXing almost impossible indoors. Dying to try my new C-Crane CC Radio 3 on medium wave. Don't talk to me about noise. It gets me aggravated. Noise is just so sad. It's really a killer of not just our hobby, but anybody that wants content listening. It's sad. Lagodice says, my 909 may have been made in 2004, about middle of the run. Huh. So, okay. ATS 909, your best medium wave radio? Oh, that's possible. I've used it on medium wave a few times. It seems good. I never compared it with other radios, though. This is something that maybe I should... sometimes I have no idea what to do as videos. And maybe that could be something fun to... Like, I've got the C-Crane, the big C-Crane radio that's supposed with the, double coil that's supposed to be so amazing on medium wave. Could be fun to test that radio against all of those other portables and see which one sounds best, which one seems better. Could be fun to compare. One of the things I've been planning is on the back. My house is a big mess right now. Let's just say it as it is, and even my office. And I've been thinking of, what? Clean your stuff up and start making an enjoyable space to test radios. And I've been thinking about what I could do to improve that, and it'd be more enjoyable to just have that spot. You want to test radios? The spot's already clean, already beautiful. Just put the radios you want to test, make videos, take the radios out. Hey, new radios, test more. I need to go there and improve that for sure. So Turkey is very good right now. 11785 with their interval signal. And they're going to start now in English.
Today is Saturday, 13th of September 2025. This is the voice of Turkey's English language transmission, broadcasting from Ankara in the 60-meter band between 1230 and 1330 UTC on 17,620 kilohertz to Europe. You can listen to us over the Turksat 3A and 4A satellites and on the internet at www.trtdinle.com through reverse link and under the VOG Radio's expandable section. Our email address is englishdesk@trt.net.tr. Following the news, the Voice of Turkey will present some featured programs as well as some music from Turkey. But first, we start with the news.
So Voice of Turkey is really good right now, 2200 hours UTC in English to the East Coast. Should be heard in Europe, and at least the East Coast of North America. For the West Coast, it's later on this evening at, I think it's 03 UT, that they have their English for the West Coast. Kevin Michael, all stations you get from Europe can't receive here. Once in a while, East Africa, like Maputo, TWR Africa, comes in. Oleg, Zizang RTV going strong 6050. Frank Carlin used to live by the beach in Venice, Florida, now 40 miles inland, and missed the beach badly. Tosin during the high part of the solar cycle, daytime is bad a lot. Yeah, it's even worse in the high part of the solar cycle because there's even more absorption in the daytime. What else do we have? Okay, let's go down. Yeah, Kevin, I've been checking it out. The problem with Merch Store is the fees and everything, and it's so much work for not that much, honestly. But I'll check it out. I have I had a couple of mugs with Paul the Cat at some point. So maybe I could check out and have a few done and or T-shirts or anything. I'd rather Klaus is kind of a tough one because we have different size men here, and I'm part of those different size men. So, but things like a mug or a cap, like a baseball cap or something, that kind of fits everybody. It's kind of maybe something I'll definitely gonna think about what could be interesting, for sure. Okay, Michael would never get any Ethon radios. Yeah, the Ethon is that brand where, so I got several Ethon radios here, and I would say that some of them are just amazing, and some of them are as crappy as you can imagine. I've got one which is the Grundig 450 DLX. That radio has completely stopped working, and I haven't even used it. It's not because it's overused. It's not because of any accident. It worked one day. I put it on the shelf. I took it out the next day, several weeks later, and it doesn't work. Nothing happens. The display is blank. Sometimes the display shows something, but there's no audio and doesn't tune. It doesn't seem. I have no idea what's happening with it, and I've not done anything with it. It's like it just died, being unused. Kind of weird. James Farley, are you going to put up or move any of your antennas for the winter? One thing I need to check. I've noticed something yesterday. So last night, I was in my mood where I had enough of the world around me. And when that happens, what I usually do is get into my office here and start doing amateur radio contacts. And I just this is now going to be my... So last night, I did amateur contacts from 11 p.m. local to about 2:30 in the morning, which is 6:30 UTC. Something kind of piqued my curiosity last night. When I started making contacts, so the higher bands were not good. 20 meters was shut down. So I was stuck doing lower bands. And on my antenna, my ANFED with the Yaesu, the three bands that are working are 80, 40, and 30 meters. The three lower bands. That's what I have left when it's only lower frequencies that are open. So I did contacts on 30. I did contacts on 40, which was amazing last night. 40 was pretty good. I went to 80, and first thing I noticed is when I pressed the tune button, my transceiver said, nope, I am not tuning this. So what that means is that the standing wave was too high. And when it's too high, I mean high, for the Yaesu FTDX10 to not tune, it needs to really be off the charts. So I looked and was like, okay, it doesn't want to tune 80 anymore, where it used to work. So I did a little more testing because I was kind of curious. So I put the transceiver into the standing wave scale to see, well, what does it look like on 40 meters. And on 40 meters, it was higher than usual. Usually on 40 meters, usually it's around 1, 1.23, 4, 5. It was closer to 2, which is higher than usual. So, okay, something's happening. So I need to check out, especially since, I got a month and a half left to dabble with that before it's winter. So I thought, what's happening? Is there something wrong? Are the contacts? Is there a problem with the contacts? Maybe I should unscrew the coax and check out. Did water infiltrate my 49-to-1 balun that's outside and been outside for the last 3 years? Which is something I did think of. Maybe water started seeping in. Do I need to change the whole thing? Well, not the whole thing. The wire is a wire. So, do I need just to change the balun? So it's giving me anyways an excuse to start playing around with that. So this is one of the first things. The other one, we are September 13th, and apparently there's something delaying my MLA30, which means I don't know what to do. Maybe I think I'm going to order another one, even if that one arrives, whatever. I need something to put back up on the front balcony so I can have somewhat of a decent something on the other radios, because right now my multi-coupler is in use because there's no antenna on it. So a loop, the MLA30 or whatever, I think I need something. That would be important. So that is another thing that I'm looking for in the front balcony. So that I can have at least that. And when I take out my my air conditioning from the window, it will be the perfect time to play around with the cables and set up stuff before I close the windows and seal them up for the winter. So yeah, definitely. I've also been thinking of a new antenna in the backyard. I have an easy access to. I have a 25 feet coax that's just lying there in the back in the kitchen. So I thought maybe a kitchen setup where I can. I don't know. I was thinking maybe I still have the Yaesu FT450D transceiver. So I thought, well, maybe I could set up the FT450 in the kitchen with a different antenna with a balun and everything, and play with that. Also, I'm thinking about another thing. So now I got new neighbors here, and I think they work night shift. So in the daytime, I probably am annoying. But hey, life is like that because these walls are very thin. You hear everything on the other side. So I know that I'm going to participate in the CQ Worldwide contest in October. I love that contest. Problem is, if I do it here, I'm going to annoy the hell out of everybody out there. So I was thinking, well, how about setting up, once again, it goes to the cleaning up of stuff and standing up stuff. Setting up a little corner of my kitchen. And you know what? I could easily take the transceiver here. I have the power supply that's here, the 30 amp, which is enough. I could put that in the kitchen. So I could just unscrew, the cable here, and go plug that in the kitchen, plug the 25 feet coax into that other antenna, and I'd have a quick setup. And the advantage is that in the kitchen, the way the apartments are built here, even if I make AM contacts until 4 in the morning, it doesn't bother anyone because pretty much nobody will hear anything. So I could easily set up, when there's a contest or when there's something I want, or if I just want to play around and do contacts, hey, you just take the transceiver, bring it into the kitchen, plug all the stuff, and here, you got a working station for SSB voice. Because, of course, FT8, you understand that FT8 is not noisy. Last night I did FT8 all night. Because why? Because at 1 in the morning, that's the best thing to do. It doesn't bother anybody. FT8 is quiet. So FT8 is good for that reason. If I want to make contacts at 2 in the morning here, make sure I don't, have any problem with the neighbor. FT8 is perfect. It's like it's quiet, no noise. But I like making voice contacts, and there are voice contacts that are, that I want to do. So, anyways, yeah, some work to do and some stuff to change, James. Kev Michael, use the Grundig Satellite 800 and the Texan PL990 on medium wave. David Ward, 11785, strong in Temple, Texas. Kev Michael, that signal is clear. Yeah, it's great here. So, what grayscale from color filter on to OBS Studio or iProtect? I don't actually use any. I leave the settings the way they are, basic on OBS Studio. What else do we have? Blagadai 11785, strong on the PL330 with telescopic. Well, they can catch it, not in the signal zone, but yeah, Romania and English also is another station to check out. Right now it's Turkish music, and as they just stopped. And of course, you hear next to it Radio Nacional Amazonas Brazil right here, which is pretty strong too. Pretty strong too. And we do have Romania and English. Whoops, at 8, 9, 7, 4. Radio Romania 9740. That is for Western Europe, but it comes in well on the East Coast. What's the other one here? I'm just curious of. That sounds like Portuguese, 9765. I wonder what station that is. Let's check out 9765. 9765 is at 23 to 22 right now. 22. Oh yeah, it is Madagascar World Voice Palavra Alegre. So this is from Madagascar, 9765 in Portuguese. WWV on 10. Let's try 25. I heard 25 this week. 20 is not bad. 20 megahertz for WWV. So interesting. Propagation seems to be pretty good tonight. We'll be checking that out. So anything else here in terms of pirates? Still nothing else except 77 LJS 6930, 22 UTC. What else do we have? I think Ireland also disappointed with Ethon Day. We're supposedly coming out with the new version of the Elite Executive and HD version, but likely vaporware. You know, I saw that. You guys remember when you saw that little Eton Executive HD version with the color display? I fell in love with that immediately, just because of the color display. And I really hope that they would have, put that radio up. I think the fact that the HD, the Ethon, satellite HD was such a big flop. I think it killed their business. I'm pretty sure that they spend a big amount of money designing that thing with designers that know nothing about what shortwave radio is all about. Imagine when you design a shortwave radio, you have to know the intricacies of what shortwave radio is all about. You have to know what a radio should do or not do. What we see here is pure engineering. Engineers that on paper say this is going to be an amazing radio, but don't understand that in practice, in the real world, that radio is going to be crappy. And that's all because you see the difference between engineering and knowledge and testing it out correctly with all the flaws that shortwave could be or have as a problem. And so they spent tons of money designing it, tons of money advertising it, no money in selling any, because nobody wanted to buy anyone because they all heard that it was the crappiest thing in the world. And now they just either didn't have enough money to continue, or if they did have enough money, they figured out that they just didn't want to go there anymore. It was too bad of a flop, and they just stopped everything. I don't think we'll see much Ethon of anything in the future because of that. Danielson, nice to have you here. The Belka is the most sensitive and incredible radio HF radio ever. All modes, all bands, and tiny. Truly mind-blowing. Nice to have you here from Melbourne. Yeah, I need to have one. I need to have somebody lend me one. I know who. I need to have a... actually, I know who, and she probably will be owing me a favor after what I'm going to give her. So it would be perfect to say, hey, how about that Belka for a few weeks so I can test it out. Sun and Airman, yeah, I don't think there's water in the coax. It's a coax, it's a good quality coax, and it's been out only for about 3 years. I don't think there's water in the coax. I'd be very, very surprised. You never know, of course, but I don't think. I think if there's one of the flaws in my system, it's the box with the 49-to-1 balun. I think that has the flaw, and that might have water in it. I don't think the coax would be an issue though. But like I said, once again, you never know. I'm going to have to check everything, that's for sure. 3 years outside with ice and cold weather we got here and everything, and it's tough on equipment that's outside. That's for sure. That's for sure. So Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Frank Ireland, after waiting 3 years for my pre-order on the Ethon Elite satellite from Universal Radio to come out, only to cancel the order due to issues with the radio, I'm afraid to buy anything else from Ethon. Yeah, and it's totally understandable. Totally understandable. Yeah, James Farley, that I did think about that expensive W6 LVP loop. I could use that. I just need to, use it. I mean, I did pay a huge amount of money for it. Might as well use it. Different Gear TV, Voice of Turkey, sounding like an FM station in Spain. Tristan, no, I haven't received it. That's the thing. There's delays. It's delayed to the point where now Amazon tells me, if you want to cancel, just press the cancel button. And so I'm kind of, do I cancel or I don't cancel and wait? I don't get it. I'm jinxed with the MLA30 right now. As much as it was easy the first time, unless, you know what, I should go on eBay. That's where I bought it first. Go back on eBay and buy it there. LMSF CM t-shirt from 90.3. Yeah, that's CKUT. CKUT 90.3 FM, which is where we have the International Radio Report, me and Sheldon Harvey, every Sunday morning. James Farley, transceivers on washing machines were great. Were you there, James? The first live show I did with the ICOM on the on the dryer in my kitchen, and that was my first live. A ICOM ICR 8500 on the dryer in my kitchen. And, well, that was the place where it actually worked well, Frank Ireland, Southern Airman, good advice about Texan, very happy with the 990X. 660. Yeah, they're good radios, absolutely. Frank Ireland 11785 strong on his Ultimax 100 66 feet long wire AM antenna. Frank Ireland, was that Passport to World Band Radio was still published. It was a great TV guide for radio. Yeah, that was a good book. That definitely was a good book. It was the best. I think it was the best book for the average everyday shortwave radio listener. I think that would be the best book. Kevin Michael, I got in 9765. I'm hearing 9765 in Melbourne. Yeah, I mean, you guys are almost closer to Madagascar than I am here in Montreal. So, it's I'm not surprised. Frank Ireland, I have the Yaesu FT710 AESS radio. Next step down from your radio. How do you like it? I hear all I hear is good things about these. So you like yours? Well, Jasmine, you won't have any chances. I banned him, so there will be no more politics or religions from John. Lagardaya CHU strong on 7850, Central Virginia. Well, I don't know, LMSF, if you're talking about the 7200 kilohertz frequency. Another one that's pretty much a nut job too is 14313. It's pretty interesting. I was thinking this week, we haven't had an activation, and I don't remember last time this had happened. We haven't had an activation yet of the Hurricane WatchNet, which is surprising considering that we're kind of in the high peak of when activity happens. So, it's good. Let's not complain. I don't want to jinx Florida or any other state where hurricanes hit. But it is a surprising hurricane season for that right now. Considering that they're saying that the waters, like in the Gulf of Mexico, are hotter than ever. Let's hope that it doesn't turn into hell in like 2-3 weeks time because, of all the things, because, wow. So no activation of the Hurricane WatchNet yet because of that. So, let's see if I hear CHU on 78. So let's try 033. I don't know if this rate is going to get it on that. Nope, 3330. I'm getting nothing. 785. Oh. Yeah, in the noise. It's there in the noise. And of course, the one I never hear because I'm way too close. 14670. I heard 14670 only once very, very well in my life here in Montreal. Conditions were so weird that the skip was very short, and 14670 was coming in like S8, 9. I was like, wow, what the hell? Ricky says, with condo living, C-band was not a thing that could happen, but Q-band was interesting. There were a few unscrabbled programs, some of which were in English. Talking about these satellite dishes, there's new owners of the building here, and of course they wanted to clean out a little bit. So because I know radio and all sorts of stuff like that, they came up to me and said, okay, so on the roof here there were 4 satellite dishes from old tenants that actually subscribed to satellite TV. So they came up to me and said, do you think these still work and people in the building still use them? And I said, nobody uses satellite anymore. And I actually showed them. I said, look at all the fiber optic cable coming in the back. It's like everybody's using either cable or fiber optics now. These are not used anymore. Nobody's using those. So because they asked me, they said, because we want to take them off, take them down. So I said, yeah, take them down. And nobody's using that anymore. So I didn't have any space because I'm already too jam packed with all the radios and stuff. Because maybe I would have kept like one dish and thought, well, maybe use one dish and see if I can get I think at the flea market they have some of those satellite receivers, because I know that some they were talking about that even only a couple of years ago. There were some of the people that come from, like, some of the immigration, some of the people from other countries receive TV channels from their own country here in Montreal with the satellite dishes and the proper receiver over the air with their dish, like, free of charge, and you just have to point it to the proper satellite, and they get like TV from their own countries. So I was thinking, well, it might be a fun DX experiment, satellite TV DXing, trying to see what's out there and what is it, what could I still get with those. Don Royals receiving 27025 on the PL368 in Arizona. Let's see if we have some skip here. Anything on? Oh, look at that. There is some skip. So 27065. And let's try it on 220. Yeah. All in Spanish. I think I just heard him say Georgia land, so it's all from the south of the U.S. It's not a big opening, but there is an opening, definitely an opening. There's definitely opening on the CB bands right now. London 19657, thank you so much for the donation. Says I used to have neighbors and the dad was very deaf and the TV was super loud. Made a 4x4 wooden grid on the wall, put plaster boards over that and redecorated. Never heard another sound. Yeah. There's when I moved here, it was an old lady living there, and when I got here she was 70. Oh man, let's see, we're in 2025. She's been gone now for about 7 years, so she was like 60, almost 70. Actually, she was almost 70 when I moved here. Thinking about it, because I helped her out with so many things. Actually, she would tell the landlord all the time, if it wasn't for me, she would have moved out a long time ago, because I'm helping her with all sorts of stuff that she can't do anymore. And she was real deaf. So I still remember I made parties. I remember telling her once, I said, I'm going to have a birthday party here, and it's going to be very noisy. And so I see her 2 days later, and she's like, so you didn't have your party? I didn't hear any noise. I was like, oh God, we made so much noise. I'm surprised you didn't hear anything. It's like we made noise like there's no tomorrow. But I had warned everybody. I said, look, we're gonna be bad. I'm sorry, we're gonna be bad. It's one night only for my birthday, and everybody was fine. That's what I liked here. There was a period where everybody was like just chill. It's like, they would tell each other, it's like, I'm gonna have a party next Saturday. Fine, go for it. We knew it didn't matter. Didn't matter. Okay, Michael, I have something like a pager on 17279. Huh. That's weird. Thank you for the donation, London 19657, and much appreciated. Thank you, Ricky, for the donation, much appreciated. Just saw it go through here on PayPal. Really, really appreciate you guys. It does help me a lot, and that is very, very important here. So yeah, 27025 is CB. It's channel 6. Don Royal, it's the channel 6 of the CB radio. So this happens all the time. When Skip opens up, all of these high-powered, they're like illegal guys. All high-powered kilowatt guys that just, start going crazy on the CB channels. London 19657 says, dryers have great reception. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Stay safe. Always nice to have you on board. Kev Michael. Yeah, I hear 17.7. Let's try it. Often in the evening I hear 17880. It's not coming in tonight. It's unusual propagation tonight, but not bad, but special. LMSF24, how good my SDR Sharp? Well, SDR Sharp is a software. It depends what you're using as an SDR device. SDR Sharp has the advantage of being one of the pieces of software for SDR that have a lot of plugins to do all sorts of things, including if you have a SDR device. I need to try it out. If you have an SDR that goes in the VHF, UHF range, you have plugins to do P25 and all sorts of digital modes that are in the VHF, UHF frequencies. I'm gonna try 17. What is it? 17279. I don't really hear anything here. Isn't that... Let me just check something here. 17279 or 81. This is supposed to be a marine band. So there's nothing specific here on that list on 79. But this is supposed to be a marine band. Unless you're getting some unless you're getting some kind of link, those what's the digital mode that you can decode that gives the position of ships at sea. I've done a few videos on that where you can get some of the ships at sea. PR4470. Yeah, well, let's not go political here, but for me, it's the Gulf of Mexico. Nobody wants to name names anymore. NASA, every time NASA has something happening near the Gulf, they just say, oh, in the waters near this city. They just don't mention anything. It's like nobody wants to name it anymore. Harold Anderson, nice to have you here. I'll be 1NH in Norway. Tomorrow we'll have a sunstorm, so all the bands will close. Well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's because the problem is we have this coronal hole on the sun. What's that? The coronal hole is a spot on the sun where the solar wind is actually escaping faster. And we're thinking that this might actually impact our planet. Right now, the K index is at 0.3. I mean, propagation should be pretty good. What maybe is bogging down our propagation is that the solar flux is really low, 114 only right now. So that is probably the main problem. So, yeah, it's possible. But you know what? Even though they say something's going to happen like that, listen, you never know if it really is going to happen. You know, it's like the weather. It's like the weather on Earth. You never, basically. Frank Ireland, to answer your question, I am very happy with the FT710. It's a bit strange that you cannot activate the power out and SWR meter at the same time, though. Very minor. Love the radio. It's the same here. Here you got to choose what you want to see. So when I press here, I have the power output, the ALC, the voltage. You have the SWR, the amps, how many amps, but you have to choose what you want. So every time you choose one, it's going to be different depending when you transmit. So you can't have all of it at the same time. So the ALC here, voltage, when you transmit, it's going to give you the voltage. The current up to 25 amps, and standing wave. But nope, you can't have all of it at the same time. It doesn't work. You've got to have the one you want. The one you want, nothing more. So, you know. So I think that in that aspect it's the same here. Danny Shortwave Radio DX, nice to have you here from Yonkers, New York. My WX50, still have my DirecTV dish on my roof, though I've switched to YouTube TV. Danny Shortwave, I removed my old SAT dishes long ago. I just kept a J-mount pole for some over-the-air TV antennas. Rick, here's one listing site that I used for satellite programming. I dismantled mine long ago, gear collecting dust in my storage space downstairs. Yeah. Hey, don't worry about it, LMSF. We have what we can have, and that's it. I'm not a rich guy. Danny Shortwave says for a Q-band FTA, those old DirecTV dish or dish network sites are too small. However, you can experiment with one maybe for some SAT radio stuff. Okay. Those CB guys have some wild lingo. Almost need a phrase book. Oh yeah, absolutely. We need to have Google Translate CB slang. That's going to be the language. CB slang. Come on. CB slang. Oh, he's saying that he's having a great time. I'm using 1 kilowatt. Oh, all right. Timothy Gunter. I enjoy hearing those illegal high power guys. I wonder what happened to Mr. California. RJ Dakota here. I heard 17880 yesterday evening and wondered what it was. Yeah, that's China radio. Most of the time it's just music. But that's China radio direct from China. I hear it quite often here in the evening. Bowman's, nice to have you on board. DSC, yeah, Jasmine. There you go, DSC. Thank you, Jasmine. It could be DSC. Yeah, let's keep it quiet on the Gulf of Mexico story, please. We'll have to soon call it the Gulf of somewhere in the Caribbean. Yeah, DSC. DSC. Kevin Michael, 8843, Airport Communications. Well, Facebook accounts were all very quiet at the beginning when Facebook started. It's now a big mess and a big hell. That's why we need something else, but unfortunately. Danny Shortwave, yes, it is the same thing with my Yaesu FT9918. You can only display one signal meter, power meter, ALC, as we are at the same time. Yeah. Mark Brando, 1576, okay, 770. Glenn Hauser, no, this is, yeah, Mark, you're on 15770. It's WRMI. Your radio is either off or you're off frequency because you're using Your filter's too large. Here we go, 15770.
September 11th at 02:35, the remote in Princeton.
Glenn Hauser's World of Radio.
With his theme song Days of Hard Life at 02:57. Norway, Don. Here's a special program expected to run for about 2 months every day on Shortwave Radio. Vincent on the River Aller in Germany, our affiliate also. It's from the Bergen Art Festival in Norway, Karen Werner's Night Air. These will be appearing every day at 20 UT on 3975 and 6160. Maximum time about 30 minutes. However, on the first day, September 11th, they seem to be finished by 2012, Vincent Dead Air. These are being referred to.
You know, Timothy, every time I do like a break CB, I for some reason I have a hard time not laughing. It's always going like and we have a CB gang here that do the Howl's Net on Friday nights on channel 20 upper sideband, and the first time I heard them, I just break channel 20. It's like, I don't know why, every time it's like it makes me laugh. So oh yeah, my Glenn Hauser is still going on. Absolutely.
23 with Peruvian folklore music and a vocalist only audible in lower sideband to know the horrendous howling noise blob above 4810. Hello, Nan. Ron Trotter in Illinois reminds us that English from Polish radio is now on WRMI 9455, heard from 03 to 04 UT, followed by Israel in English. And Mike Cooper says there's a daily news magazine from the English section of Polish radio each weekday at 2 p.m. Central European Time. That's 12 UT. That's from podcasty.polskieradio.pl. Also, they have a mobile app for Android, iOS, and Windows Media with a 24-hour English language stream. And speaking of Poland, Mike Cooper forwards a story from...
So, Glenn Hauser's World of Radio on WRMI. So, welcome back, Matt, MDK2, and it's Oktoberfest. Cool. Harold Anderson, maybe the 6 megahertz band will be good, and maybe also 10 meter, 2 meter can give us good contacts. It's eventually going to open up anyways. We're going into the northern hemisphere as we're going closer towards winter. 10 meters is going to be good again. It's going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Lagadai 15770, strong in Virginia. Kenneth, hello, back again from the mailbox with new LilyGo radio and Meshstatic radio. Aha. Lots of stuff and goodies there, Kenneth. MDK2 has been around 3-4 years since I was last regularly checking in Facebook, but I keep it around just for things like checking the official SOL group in case the live stream is missing. Yeah, you know that the biggest problem with all of that is that if you try to move off of Facebook, you miss out on a few things that you want to always keep contact. So it keeps a lot of people from moving out, because they know they'll be missing out on some stuff. So, same here. I would, it's the only way I have contact with some people that I will lose contact if I remove from Facebook. And of course, now that I have the official SWL channel Facebook group, gotta stay here. But boy, I got a couple of friends this week that were like, I'm taking a break. Too much political stuff, too much stuff I don't want to see. And I'm like, yeah, I understand. It's the crappiest freaking experience, Facebook. I'm also in that category. What a freaking bad experience this is. But they got us by the balls. They know we're not going to move because there's a few things that keeps us here. Because if we could, we'd just get off. Jasmine, social media evolution was Facebook to Snapchat to TikTok, Instagram. Yeah, 1860. Yeah. When I had very, very low noise where I lived before, 1860 was something I could listen to. The ham radio news stuff and all of that. I remember that. Mike W50 says there's probably not too many broadcasters still going at 80, I would think. Yeah. Mark Brando, yeah, it could be 15770 white signal. WRMI. Yep. What else do we have? Oh yeah, the musicians playing out of their homes. That was great. That was really good. I go ahead. It's been Facebook to Instagram to YouTube only, done with the algorithms. Okay, Michael has 11282 airport comms. Yes. Canadian Prairie Shortwave, nice to have you here. Mesh static and mesh core, great to experiment with. Actually, I was thinking about you, Jasmine, yesterday. There was I would have enjoyed you listening to that. WBCQ on Sony 490 had a live show, and they all started talking about the mesh networks and stuff. And I was like, oh, this would be a show that would be interesting for Jasmine. And I listened through it for about an hour. Now, they had their own way of thinking about the mesh networks, which was, from what I see, probably not necessarily what you think of it, but still, it was kind of interesting to have the conversation going on a shortwave broadcaster. Oh, I like that phrase. It's hard to make a home in the toxic universe. I like that. It's a great phrase. It's hard to make a home in a toxic universe. That is just great. That is just great. Oh, Blogger Die. I scan the mini-wave bands regularly, and I hear a lot of the US stations. I'm like, wow, if I'd have that as local stations here in Montreal, I'd go nuts. Way too much political talk on the AM band. Way too much. Having one station is one thing. But having most stations stuck in the same freaking political talk, God, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. With the high noise now, RJ Dakota, that 1860 kilohertz is now a faint carrier in the noise, and that's it. I can't listen to anything. I missed that. Where I lived before, I used to be able to hear the content with like 100 feet wire in the backyard. God. I need to go out one evening here to park, the local park, the walk in the park stuff. Local park closes at midnight, which means I could go out in the dark and listen to the radio until midnight. Or until a cop tells me that now I got to get out of the park. And I'd be curious to see if I hear 1860 on a portable where there's not a lot of noise there in that park. It'd be great. I need to go there at night and try that out. It would be kind of great. Jean Arash, have you heard of a social network called Gander? Some Canadians wanted to create a social network, but it doesn't really seem to work. Never heard of that. No, never. You know, it's tough. If we look at Blue Sky, I mean, it's got some users, but it's not X. It's not been able to rival X, really. We're just a bunch of people that decided to go there, and, you know, it's big, but it's not X. This is what shows how hard it is to take people off of something, because there's always one little thing. You might hate it like, you know, you might hate Facebook like there's no tomorrow, but have one small thing that's like, it's keeping me here for that, because that exists, and I want to continue seeing that. Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you on board from Victoria, BC. Off to Germany and France next week with my Reticus V115. Do you have any other radios? Bring a good radio. I mean, V115 is okay, but you should bring something that's really nice, because in France and Germany, you're going to hear a huge difference from what's in British Columbia. Southern Airman says sometimes old school's country on the medium wave. Yeah. Mike says a lot of sports where he is. At least that. At least that. Luton Loud Maggie Lincoln, nice to have you here. Just about the Eton Executive and the Prentice J760 Weather Band radio today. Okay. Jasmine Yeschel, I would have liked to hear their boomer take. But seriously, the fact they are talking about a new form of radio is great. Shows how relevant mesh radio is becoming. Yeah. But for them, I look at what you do, and I was listening to what they were thinking of the mesh radio, and it's obviously was that there would have been a clash. You would not have agreed with what I was hearing on 7490. And even I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think you guys, you know, I don't know what you guys do with mesh radio, but and mesh networks, but for me they seem like a little, I don't know. They missed the boat on maybe a lot of things. That's definite. But, yeah. Matt says, that's why I think Alan Wiener's show on WBCQ is funny. All he is another political windbag. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I left Alan Wiener when one night I was listening to his, the guy was live. And you know what? I almost called him to give my point of view because I was just mad. He says, well, you know, our friends up north, calling Canada, of course, you know, with their Canadian socialist country. And I was like, okay, you know, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk about it. And you're really just making me like, I don't want to listen to you anymore. I've not listened to him pretty much, except by accident when I go through. Since then, I was like, no, okay, yeah, you know what? You're a stupid idiot. All right, that's fine. Jasmine, we have coffee shops and nightclubs putting up mesh repeaters in Seattle. People want it. All right, Jasmine, I'm going to Seattle for a week. You're going to have to show me that. We spend a day together, show mesh radio repeaters and stuff. I want to see it all. How about it? Luna Loud Maggie, any pirates? Let's check it out. Anything right now? If I look at HF Underground, first of all, HF Underground, any pirates? So Stern Radio on 6956 AM, another one on UNID 6935 AM. So let's have no idea how well it's going to be, but let's go on 6935. Yep. And the other one is what? 6956. I have so much noise here. I don't hear anything. I might hear him if I was with a portable in the backyard. In upper sideband, I can detect a carrier on 6935 though. I can detect a carry on 6935. So there are pirates right now. Stern Radio 6956 and 6935 is UNID'd right now. And the K2, for a guy who made his bones with pirate radio and free speech, it's ironic that he's not unique or special in any way. Yeah. Jasmine also learned I can build a solar-powered mesh repeater for around $35 in parts. Sell them for $120. That's a business for you. Jasmine, she's going to have her own mesh, solar-powered mesh store online. Yeah, WA0RCR. Yeah, exactly. I remember that. Oh, that's true, Kenneth. Absolutely. Mark Zuckerberg is like, ha ha ha, you're still here. You even got a group here. Laugh at you. I'm making billions. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Blogger Die. That's what's keeping us. There's a few things that are keeping us here, but when you start doing searches and look at stuff, it's like you see things go through and you're like, oh God, I just can't believe I see stuff like that. It's like, this is so bad. I won't even go into all the complaints I actually sent to different government organizations in Canada regarding Facebook ads. And they all came back like, first of all, Facebook always comes back with, I don't see any problem. I mean, I got cigarette ads in my face. It's illegal in Canada to have cigarette ads. Yet, I go to the ad console, which tells me, oh, you have to complain to the tobacco industry. It's like, no, you're an ad console. What don't you understand in ad console? You are going to... You're the organization that's supposed to control ads. Oh yeah, but cigarette ads is different. No, it's not. What's this shit? I just abandoned because of all of that. But you know what? It would make a fantastic story in the newspaper. How the Canadian Ads Council is useless and stupid. People should all be fired. Why do we have that when... Oh, but that's a tobacco ad. It's not... That's not us. Yes, it is. Every ad should be yours. Every single freaking ad. So the Canadian Ads Council, go F yourself. You shouldn't even exist. Thank you. I just ranted. Jasmine says, every social network has a lifespan. There was a great infographics about the rise and fall of them. You know, you talk about that, Jasmine. when I started doing videos on YouTube, my first thought of is what is the lifespan of YouTube? And I started something like in 2012, and I thought maybe in 5 years it's going to be over. Maybe 5 years something else is going to be the big thing. I mean, there are competitions. There's Instagram, and there's also all sorts of other stuff now. TikTok. Yet I'm surprised that we're we're 2025, 13 years in, getting into 14 years. I'm still here. But I remember thinking about the lifespan of what will be the lifespan of YouTube? Or it's big. YouTube is huge. I do know the demographics of younger generations are less into YouTube, more into TikTok. Maybe that's where I'm actually not going well, because I'm into my two channels are into the demographics of older audience, which is YouTuber more. But it is interesting. It's like those statistics and seeing what's the lifespan of everything with all of this, which changes so fast anyways. James Farley 6956 fired up now. Timothy Gunter says, I like the radio hobby groups. Yeah, like everything. It's like we have our little things we like. Lunar Land Maggie, have you ever DX 1521 from Saudi Arabia to megawatt? No, at all. In Montreal, here, what I've heard over the years dates back to a long, long time. So Montreal is very inland, so that's one big problem. Once you leave the salty Atlantic Ocean, the medium wave, long wave quickly fades inland. But in the 90s, I still remember hearing quite well the Norwegian station. I think it was on 1541, 42 or something. I'm trying to remember the frequency. 1543? Was it? 1543? That Norwegian in the 90s was coming in so loud here in Montreal that I could actually put a radio in single sideband and just hear Norwegian talk on that frequency where they were. But I've never heard like Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. No. Voice of the shortwave VOSR, Voice of Shortwave Radio, which actually I should answer back because he asked me if I wanted to do a video or an audio bit with him to put on the air on his broadcast. Which I find weird because it's not recorded with people. It's like he's asking for audio clips, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I left X also, Blogger Die. Absolutely. I left X also. Kevin Michael, my travel portable would be the PL990, which is great. James Farley 6956 AM mode pirate. MDK2 Facebook really lost me when I couldn't see posts chronologically anymore, having promoted posts every and what I hate, Matt, is that Facebook I hate the fact that the people I want to know a lot about aren't the people I want to they're the people I want to see stuff, and Facebook for some reason decides, oh well, you might be better with seeing posts of this person. And it's like, no, you don't understand. And I understand is that there's two things. I notice it immediately when I get close with this little device which follows me, tracks me everywhere, to people on my Facebook page. Suddenly I see all the posts of these people. Because why? Facebook on this thing has tracked me and said, oh, you've been around these people. Maybe you want to know more about them now. Yeah, but okay, no. It's more complicated than that. It's not just because you've tracked me near these people with this little tracking spying device. It's you don't get it. You don't get that even if I'm not close to them, even if I didn't like interact with them for a month and a half, I don't want them to go away. I still want to know what's happening with them. But Facebook decides, no, you've been closer to these and you've been... What the hell is this? No. You don't understand at all my behavior and what I want to know. It drives me nuts. You know? Oh, man. Matt says the worst possible thing to happen was selling Twitter, which was, yeah. Mike WS50, throw some fish. Jasmine. You know what, Jasmine? I think it's in the same broadcast. They were saying Bitcoins, that's never gonna last. No, it's here and it's here to stay. I'm sorry. Tosalov, does Mesh rely on fast broadband to function? I think they can squeeze dial-up speeds into fairly narrow band shortwave for text and stuff. Huh, interesting. So Matt wants to know if I go to Seattle because he wants to be there too. All right. So that means that Jasmine is going to be stuck with two old guys that are going to be like asking tons of questions about the mesh networks. We got to go to karaoke, and we got to go to have some really good food and beer. Now I don't know. Jasmine maybe doesn't drink, so we'll deal with that. We'll find us something. But maybe she does drink. Good. We're almost making a date here for Jasmine. Two guys, Jasmine, mesh networks, radios. Man, what could go wrong? Nothing. Robin Spalding, nice to have you on board from Berkeley, California, and 6RLS. And thank you, Robin, for the donations. I've seen that you've done some in the past weeks, so it's really cool. Man, the fish throwing is the carniest thing about Seattle. Yeah, look. Yeah, radio free, whatever. Matt says, I wish Wiener would spend some of that money he gets on 9330 500 kilowatt transmissions on improving the other transmitters. This is still boggling me really, really down. I was like, how does that rather poor guy living in a, and what is basically the worst conditions almost ever in some kind of trailer park or trailer, you got this huge 500 kilowatt transmitter with this rotatable $1 million antenna. So what the hell is that? I don't get it. Then allowed Maggie, radio's overloaded. Yeah, you know what? Luna Loud Maggie, what I like is when I tune some stations from New York and it's like, this is Big Lou. Now, did you ever think about money problems? Big Lou can help you. It's like, oh God, this is so corny. It's like, Big Lou's going to help you now. Hey, Big Jill's going to help you now with shortwave radio. Have a problem with your radio? Big Jill is here. Yeah. Might not be Big Lou, but Big Jill is better. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. You know, we talk about it, and it for now, for me, it's such a far away whatever. But if at some point all of the things that I'm doing calm down and I got time and the money, unfortunately, money is not like, you know, you gotta work for it for some reason. But I would love to go and see you guys. I'll see like MDK2 Matt, see Jasmine. And Jasmine, if you ever come to Montreal, or Matt or whatever, please let me know. Anybody coming to Montreal, please let me know. I want to make sure that, you know, we can meet up. But I'd like to go to, you know, and I've been thinking a lot about going to Europe and all sorts of things. So. Timothy says, there used to be Lumpy Gravy, the Fred Flintstone show. Some rare oldies show done by host who laughs at people from Arkansas on WBCQ. Again. Oh, really? It opened on Valentine's Day in 2005, so that means that you could have made millions of dollars on being the first to say, I love you, baby, on February 14th. Ido had any recommendations for learning about utilities? What I would do is, first of all, utilities are almost always in single sideband, and they're almost always outside of the regular bands. Start by category, learning what the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard. Man, there's so many. That's such a great and difficult question to answer. How do I learn about utilities? Start by tuning around anything else than what's the international broadcast bands and the amateur radio bands. Google or search for whatever signal you're receiving, and learn about where's the marine bands, where's the aeronautical bands, and all the other stuff in there. But it's tune your radio. I think the best thing you can do is tune your radio in frequencies you never tune, and single sideband, very slowly, and try to identify what's this. Oh, this is a Morse code thing. What could this be? This, oh, there's some voice here. What could this be? And slowly learn where you can tune for stuff like, you know, aeronautical. One of the great places that I like going to is William Hepburn is the name. William Hepburn frequencies. So DX Info Center has some great tools for whatever you want to hear. So, you know what? I'm going to share this here. Let me just, maybe not propagation. Let me just do this here. Yeah, here we go. So you go into the section which is stationless, and you'll see time signal station, maritime signals with different modes, DSC, which is digital, Navtex digital, but also HF, Coast Guard, aeronautical frequencies and stuff. Check the frequencies here. Check the different things you can hear. I'm going to share that with the chat room. This is a great resource. And it is a great resource particularly because he's updating that info all the time. So it's very accurate. And I think that's kind of your gateway of slowly starting to understand what are the utilities stuff that is out there, honestly. But do a lot of listening and tuning around, for sure. So, you know. Okay, let's try to go down here. What's this? James Farley, 6897.5. USB MarsNet is on. RJ Dakota, several years ago, I used to listen to Coast to Coast AM. Now I can't believe how many adverts are on that program. It's true of every commercial stations today. And you know, you listen to a movie on a normal commercial TV station, and it's like you've got 15 minutes of movie and 15 minutes of ads. Yeah, Toast and Love. I've seen some here. And even worse, I not only did I see some, but they were actually telling you how to go to a native reserve to buy some for cheap, which is absolutely horrible. All of it is illegal. Toast and Love says, I'm in about a dozen radio and astronomy groups. Yeah, because Facebook knows how to get us all together. And that's the thing. Jasmine, you know what's making a comeback, Joe? Dumb phones. Programmable, hackable dumb phones like the Me phone. You know, it's just funny. I don't know. God. Kenneth, that's why I do not take my phone in the bathroom. Oh, look at that, Kenneth. You should hide your shame. People argue. You know what is worse is that people are getting sick of being tracked. Absolutely. But they are sick of being tracked in a way you don't even understand. I'm a tech guy. And I hate what I would say is I hate the tracking of all the stuff you don't even tell me. They're not telling me. I'm being tracked somewhere and you're not telling me. You know, the first time I've ever understood one thing is I had not this phone. I had a phone, the previous phone. I think it was an iPhone that I had many years ago. And I came up to a street when I was doing my tech duties. And I'm not joking. My phone, Google on my phone, popped. I've noticed you like pizza. And you are really close to one of the best pizza places according to comments on the internet and ratings. And I'm like, I don't mind that type of tracking. I mean, I did go to the pizza place. I don't mind that kind of tracking because it knows that what I like and everything. What I hate is the behind the scenes of all that tracking, which was much more vast and much more complicated with much more information about me than I ever wanted to. You know, you tell the algorithm says he likes pizza and he's here and this is a great pizza place. Okay. The algorithm goes with, okay, he likes pizza, this is a pizza place, and he lives here, and he does that, and he does this job, and it's like, okay, now you're tracking me with too much details. Forget it. And that is the scary part of all of it. We don't know half of anything of the tracking going on all the freaking time. Kev Michael, 13560 is RFID frequency land. Everyone that tunes to 13560 will hear something. This is a frequency where every single one of us will hear, unless you live in a jungle where there's nothing around. We all hear something on 13560. It is local to all of us, and it's RFID tags. It is scientific instruments. It is all sorts of things like that. We all have something on that frequency. Oh, you'd be surprised, Jasmine. I might not need a translator. I've been around a lot of Gen Z people at my karaoke place. I can tell you, I would probably, I'd probably fit in more than you think. I can tell you that. And that's fine, Master Players Radio and Television. You know what? My sister that's still alive, she never drank in her life. Never. It's okay. You don't have to drink, and that's fine. Master Players Radio and Television. Oh, absolutely. We'll listen to her recommendations for sure. But that'd be cool, actually. I'm sure that would be one of the coolest moments that even Jasmine would say, yeah, that was great. Jasmine says, regarding that question about mesh networks, they can take any forms. If you look at the New York City mesh, NYC mesh net, basically replacing internet locally. Okay. Doesn't love, if they put mesh on HF all on one frequency like FT8, then it shouldn't interfere, yeah. But mesh couldn't be, it had to be open because amateur radio cannot be encrypted. So, you know. Mike WX, Big Lou's been there too. Yeah, Aaron. Every time I hear like Big Lou, he's there. Big Lou. Oh God. Oh, definitely, Matt. I can't. Don't want to pay Big Lou back. His helpers will help you. Yep. Oh God. Let me just go here. Okay, autocorrect, super annoying. Yeah. Oh, thunder in Denver. Oops. Yeah, Marine Facts on 6. I hear it on 6. On 8, I hear Navtex. On Weather Facts on 9, bottom of 9 megahertz. With Boston, I hear, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to listen to. I tell you that. Absolutely. Sorry, I was distracted. Ricky, speaking of phone, Lou, the host of Checkpoint on RNZ, could not keep it together 2 Fridays ago as she tried to read an intro for a report about why using phones in the toilet is a bad idea. Oh, man. London 19657. Back in the day, they said Apple was for people that didn't know about computers, and so everything had to simply work. I get that. My wife has Apple stuff. You know, it's the Apple, Linux, and Windows stuff has always been a battle. As a tech guy, for 15 years, the thing about all of this is that, you know, there's too many people thinking they have the best system, and it's always, I am the best person in the world because I have an Apple. I'm the best person because I'm on Linux. I'm the best, and I'm so tired of that. It's like, you're on whatever you want to be. Be happy, but don't annoy the others. You know, it's equivalent to a religion. My religion's better than yours. No, it's like, you know what? I'm on Windows everywhere. I had a MacBook Pro for 6 years. I'm never buying a Mac again unless YouTube, or some reason because of YouTube, makes me buy one. And it's not because it's bad. You know, when people say, well, it's bad. Oh, no, that's not because it's bad. It's not for me. I'm not an Apple guy because I'm not. I want to have the choice. Windows has a choice. That's all. That's all. I have dabbled in Linux distros. Is it bad? It's like, no. It's like, a lot of Linux users are stupid idiots, and they should shut up. But apart from that, whatever you choose and whatever you do, it's fine. I'm tired of hearing the battles of what's better. Nothing's better. And no, Windows is not least or less secure. If it was, there wouldn't be 70-80% of the people using it. It's just that it's attacked more because it's the dominant system, which shows you don't necessarily want to have a dominant operating system. But for the rest, be happy with what you have, and that's it. And stop, you know, telling others that they're bad because they use this or that. Shut the fuck up and just, you know, endure that that's the way it is and that Microsoft dominates. That's exactly what I do on my tech channel a lot of the time. But you know what? Be happy with what you have. It's the important thing. And if somebody, you know, when somebody tells me there's not enough choice, I have only this on Linux, or I have only, well, you know, use Windows. And if you're too stubborn to use Windows for some stupid reason, because it's always a stupid reason, I cannot, you know, accept that Microsoft. Shut up. Install Windows, and then you're going to have 45 different software instead of 2. Okay? Don't come annoying me with, oh, well, you know, I go on Linux, so what should I do? Do what you want to do. But you know what? There's things out there that might be more fun if you had Windows. That's all. And for the rest, don't annoy me that one is better than the other. It isn't. None is better than the other. But that said, I want all of that to continue to coexist together. We don't want just Windows. We don't want just Linux. And we don't want just Mac. We want choice. And there's 3 choices. There we go. My rant is done. Jasmine says, did you see the Part 15 pirate radio broadcaster transmitters on eBay? No, I did not. I never did hear anyone there either. But that's like, okay. Man, I can hear a pirate. Imagine a pirate in good propagation, a pirate on 13560, like from far away, and the signal is so strong that it interferes with everything across like North America on 13560. That'd be kind of interesting. Oh, the internet, privacy in the internet does not exist at all. At all. You use the internet, live with it. Just live with it. Yeah, things like that happen, my WX50. Sometimes companies just stop and it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. And that's fine. What you don't like or what you like. It's like this is where I go, and this is where my tech channel, when people like go crazy over me about something, I always tell them, I've been an iPhone. I own 3 consecutive iPhones before I went to the Samsung Galaxy phones, what I think are the best freaking phones. That's me. Because Android, and that's when somebody tells me why you like Android, I say, because Android is like Windows. I do what I want. I'm the tech guy. I want the freedom to do what I want, not being blocked by barriers. But for the average person that wants a phone and do stuff, iPhones are actually good because the barriers prevent them from doing stupid stuff. And if you have a Mac and you have an iPhone, it's a natural thing. They talk together like, I understand. Apple does one thing extremely well where Microsoft missed it. And it's all their ecosystem works together so well. Of course, when you got a MacBook, you want an iPhone, you want an Apple TV, you want all of the stuff Apple sells because it freaking talks to each other so well. And it's rarely much of a problem. In Windows, it's always, I got this thing that talks to this thing, but now this thing gives me an error message that does this thing. It's like, yeah. So the tech guy knows all this stuff and just like, okay, here, it's working. But it's not like Apple. And I can't say anything about, about that. It's like, yeah, I understand. So, it's a complex situation. But if I had one big word of wisdom to every freaking people watching this, you're on Linux, you're happy, be happy. You're on Mac, you're happy, be happy. You're on Windows, be happy. Don't annoy other people with mine is better than yours, please. Because that doesn't work. And it annoys people even more. That's all I got to say. Part 15 works on every single frequency range that exists. I believe it is a limit where you don't transmit strong enough. You can do an AM broadcast band transmitter, Tosin Loaf, part 15, which means you'll hear it probably inside your home and retransmit whatever you want to do, the audio of this live show, and listen to it on your AM radio on the second floor of your home, for example. Part 15 is a set of regulations of power output maximum, antenna maximum. And it's really a set of rules that you ain't going to transmit further than the yard where you technically live. Then in 19657, I met my wife in the chat room on AOL in 1998. Oh, wow. That's cool. That's cool. There's a lot of pirates in New York City and area. And we talk about it on the International Radio Report, Luna and Maggie, so many times. They're getting these $1 million fines, which I'm pretty sure they can't pay. But they're all getting, busted. Yeah, I don't know, Jasmine. Yeah, maybe. But you know what? That's the thing about the internet. You got, I look at all the transceivers. I got a Retevis, but Retevis at least is intelligent enough to give me a quad band transceiver that transmits only on the ham bands, not everywhere. But I look at this from XH Data, this from Ratel. These are illegal. Illegal to own, illegal to purchase, everywhere around the world. If you got one of those, this is illegal. You have an illegal device. Why? Because this transmits everywhere, on every freaking frequency range it can tune to. I want to transmit over a NOAA weather radio station? I can. I want to transmit on the marine bands? I can. The only thing that they did is, and that, thank God, prevented from transmitting on the air band. But you know what? If that was such an important thing, why didn't you apply the rules to the rest of the frequency ranges? So I'm just saying, some of you are talking about these on your YouTube channels. This is illegal, and you should not be talking about them. I did not. I got them here. I did not. One was given to me. One was purchased on Amazon. And this is the problem with the regulations today. These radios are going through, and you know what? We're going to be in big trouble at some point. Because if there is some terrorist act and they need to jam something, hey, you got these Chinese radios that come in like doesn't matter. I'm sorry. But, yep. I've never seen Fastcan TV on UHF, Kevin Michael. I remember too late. I learned too late that there was a Fastcan TV amateur radio channel transmitting from the Olympic Stadium mast here in Montreal. But when I learned about it, it was too late. It was already off. And I wish I knew. So, nope. Little on Maggie, a good FM receiver to hear all those pirates in New York. Yeah, the quotas in. Yeah. Matt says, when I finally learned computers in the 90s, I was attracted to Mac because of all the obnoxious Windows people. I really was this weird flex at the time. But I had no issues now. Yeah. Lots of things define what we want to do and what we will get in our own computers and operating systems. And all I can say is, Matt says, oops, Jill just made an R-rated live stream. But come on. It's like, everybody be happy, okay? Stop annoying the others that yours is better than the other. Oh, sounds like, hey, mine's bigger than yours. Kenneth, be happy-go-lucky. There we go. Blogger I got my TRS-80 computer emulator working last week. Cool. I'm supposed to have a Commodore 64 and a ZX Spectrum, thanks to Sheldon Harvey, which will add to my old vintage computer collection. Yeah, PCs were always, and still today, PCs are the... If you want a game with computers, PCs are the thing to use because, yeah, they have more choice. Absolutely. Depends what you do with your computers a lot, That's the thing. It really depends what you do with your computers. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. Yeah, Oleg 13560 is all the scientific instruments are there. RFID tags are there. It's really a frequency of all of that, basically. Oleg, so that's what I just said. It's really instrumentations. No problem, Idaho Head. Yeah, DuckDuckGo. Some people do that, search on DuckDuckGo because it's more privacy oriented. Like some people use the Brave browser, you know. I won't tell you what I paid for a smartphone, Tosin Love. You're gonna go. You're gonna fall off your chair. It's really depending on what you want. Matt says, I believe that Macs beat PCs on anything to do with visual editing. Actually, they never did beat. That's a false interpretation. What happened is that people that do graphics design, stuff like that, became a circle of Mac users. It's more of a, for some reason, everybody decided that Macs were better, because when you go on Windows, it was as powerful and as good. And when I did my tech duties, I understood that it's like, yeah, okay, there were groups of people being on Mac depending on what they were doing in life. But not because it was better than Windows. It never was better than Windows. It was just that more of a, everybody did that on Macs, maybe because of schools, like the schools that were showing, graphics design, animation stuff, were already equipped, because that was a thing. Apple had a lot of schools having their own computers in. So the thing was, it wasn't better. It was just that they were thought on an Apple device. So when they did it as a job, it was also an Apple, because all of those tools were on Windows too. But it wasn't that it was worse or it wasn't better or anything. It was just, I think it was much more of the way that it was thought of. Like, schools had Mac computers. So once you get out of school and you want to do some editing and some graphics design, you buy a Mac. That's where I learned on a Mac, and I buy a Mac. Much more, I think it's much more that. Because for a long time, for the price of any Mac computer, if you paid that amount of money on a PC, it was 10 times more powerful than any Mac. It's just that, it's different. So it's like I just said. I think it's much more of a, okay, we learned on a Mac and we're doing it on a Mac. Matt says, but I recall hearing that the Amigas was even better than that stuff. Amigas were actually, I got an Amiga 500 here. That was a killer device. Actually, if you look at 80s music videos that have special effects, and even news bulletins of the 80s with special effects, they were all done with Amiga and Video Toaster. That was dominating. That was the best way to have some form of animation and background focus on All of these stuff. And the Amiga was a killer device. It was better than everything that existed at the time. It's really a question of business, and all of it just took over, and how PCs were able to just launch and be the thing. I mean, I look at DOS PCs, and I'm thinking, what the freaking problem went wrong that the majority of people were using that DOS black and white screen with freaking commands, when we had an Amiga 500 in 1985 that was a million times better than that. That's the business side, where people and where companies are able to push stuff, and it's crazy. We were talking about max headroom earlier. If you guys want to see what the Amiga can do, look at this video. I'm going to post the link, and that animation. Art of Noise. This video is entirely a Amiga 500 computer of 1985-6 with video toaster, creating all of the animations that you see on the screen. No other computer was doing that at the time. Yeah, Aaron, absolutely. It was the thing back then. It was the thing back then. I gotta tell you that. Tobruk Tim doesn't trust anything that's free. Hey, have you, Tobruk Tim? Did you finally get that SDR Play device to run? By curiosity. Rob from Wick, nice to have you here. Jasmine, that's it, Jill. I'm calling the radio police. Blagadai, by the way, there's a new Reticus V115. Really? With Bluetooth and other features. That's interesting. Blagadai, I have the XJ E110 freebie. I just never push a transmit button. Yeah, you're not supposed to. Fastcan TV was only on UHF, Jasmine. It was it almost looked like a regular TV, and it was one of the modes that was, and it's still the mode that is possible on UHF 70 centimeter amateur radio bands. It's just that it kind of went away with. You were able to actually tune it with a TV if the TV had the old style UHF dial that would go up to the frequency range of the amateur band. You would be able to watch Fastcan TV on a regular TV. And here in the 80s, there was apparently one ham that was able to put up a Fastcan TV antenna and transmitter on top of the Olympic Stadium mast. And he would broadcast amateur radio news and stuff through that. But when I learned it existed, it was already over. So I never witnessed Fastcan TV. JJ Endo, just got my ham technician license. Yes, congratulations. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Son and Airman, thank you so much for the donation. Let me go down here. We go down a little faster. What was the frame rate of FastScan TV? Oh God, the frame rate I don't remember, but it was equivalent to the fact that you could use a standard TV to watch the video of it. So the frame rate must have been as fast, I guess, as the good old days of analog television. Dakota FCC is rather lax on some regulations, especially with the same shortwave pirate can get come on every weekend at the same time and never get caught. Well, on the HF, because you know what, they don't have that many people to regulate, so they focus on where it's important, and I guess they focus on something which is very specific, FM pirates, because the commercial FM stations must be complaining. So they go where people complain. I don't think anybody complains about shortwave pirates. So they just don't care about those. The FM pirates, well, yeah, they can disrupt transmissions. You know, a bad FM transmitter can disrupt communications on the airband if it has images. It's right next to it. Plus, all the big gun commercial stations, they probably are sending complaints all the time. Hey, we don't want to have these, interfering stations. They just don't want to have competition. But on shortwave, I always say that pirates on shortwave are disciplined pirates because they make sure they don't interfere with any other signal. They're actually pretty good and pretty clean. Yeah, they're illegal, but who cares about shortwave pirates? Okay, Michael, how do you convert analog to P25? If you have an SDR with SDR Sharp, there's a P25 plugin that works and does that. It's the same ones as 13560, Toselnov. Yeah, don't worry, be happy, Tristan, absolutely. 11089 with fax. 11089 with fax. Don't hear anything here, but 11089 is probably close to 11089. 8790. Honolulu. It's the Honolulu KVM70 fax from Hawaii that you have. It's on 11090. This is the Honolulu fax in the Pacific right now that you're hearing on 11089, which is 11090 actually. Oh, there were tons of things that were equivalent of the GarageBand. Tons of things. Even iPhoto. I don't have names of it from the 90s, but every single app that you think the Apple had better, Windows had one. It's just that Windows doesn't work in the same way. And doesn't, I would say you're comparing stuff where Apple users and Windows users are different, and you can't compare a lot of the stuff that happens there. But there is so much software on Windows compared to Mac that there was an equivalent of everything that did it really well. But, you know, a friend of mine was a musician. I can tell you one thing. If you'd see all the music software he had on Windows, you would realize that GarageBand is nothing compared to what I've seen on Windows. I just don't remember the names of them. It's like just too long ago. There is an equivalent in Windows of a lot of stuff. But like I said, the thing is, whatever. I think comparing Windows, Mac, and Linux is not what we should do. It's like be happy with what it is. There's software for Windows that was GarageBand plus extra plus so much more, and that connected with all the instruments. I can tell you that. But then, you know what? Once again, there are groups of whatever. I remember looking at Duran Duran, Nick Rhodes with his keyboards. He's running a Mac. He has a Mac. It's obvious he has a Mac running all the stuff with his keyboards. But all of that is available in Windows and was available in Windows. It's just, once again, it's always like whatever the mass decides, we're going with this. And there's this factor that we have to, I'm sorry, but rich people, and I'm not even ashamed of saying it, rich people, oh, I want a Mac computer. It's beautiful. It's much more high class than a PC, and I'm sorry, but that is a fact. And yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But I'll show you what my PC can do that you can't, if you want. But it doesn't matter. This is where it doesn't matter. Once again, be happy with what you have. That's all. Kenneth, watched Monkey Island by Lucasfilm is being played on 2 hours on Amiga 1200 last night. I played it here on my Amiga 500, which is pretty much an Amiga 1200. I got a, yeah, Lyndon, I need a boot disk. And, it's yeah. And there's still this, hey, Bowmans, we share the same beginnings. VIC-20 here. And then a Commodore 64, Commodore 128 that I have there. I showed you guys. Don't look at the mess. But I still have them, and they still work, actually, on that TV. I can start the Amiga 500 on the right, the Commodore 128 on the left, which has a Commodore 64 mode, and just below, on the left, at the bottom, is the Atari 1040 ST. And they all work well. They all work very well. Sometimes I turn them on and play stuff. I've got SSD drives now on them. Not SSD, but I've got these drives, which actually I could put a card, a SD card in them to put the images of discs and play whatever, It's very, very different, And I mean, it's so different. It's so different, and everybody has its own system, and once again, I'll say what I want to say is, I hope all of these operating systems continue to live together. I don't want to have just a Windows. Thank you, Sheila, for the donations on PayPal. I don't want to have a world with just Windows. I don't. I really don't. I'm a big Windows user, but I don't want a world with just Windows. I want a world with choice. And choice means I want a world where the Mac computer still exists. I want a world where, Linux exists. And I want a world with, iPhones and iPads. And a world with my Android world. This is the best world we can be in, having a choice. And, being happy with our choice, depending on what we do. When somebody tells me I going to a iPhone because it's easier and I have a Mac, and it's like, of course I know it's easier. Absolutely. It's okay. It's like, it's almost, take care, Jasmine. Have a wonderful evening, you too. It's just sad to see that, we have to be ashamed of I'm a Windows user, or, well, I'm a Mac user in a Windows world. You don't have to be ashamed of what you use at all. At all. Idaho Head, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. I that's where I want to stop this shit, is being ashamed of being on an operating system. Come on. Please. Know your system's not better than the others. If you think that and tell everybody that, you're a freaking idiot. That's it. That's it. Shauna asked, difference between a pirate on FM and one on shortwave is that there are no commercial stations losing revenue. That's for sure. It is definitely one thing, and that's for sure something. Kevin Michael, Fastcan TV is still on W6ATN from Mount Wilson, California. Wow, that'd be great to see. Lunaland Maggie, there is a way for medium wave in Europe, UK, Russia to have a station lines increase its power. Well, there are limits to power levels depending on countries. Depends on each country. But there are limits to power levels usually. Hey, Blogger Die, have a good supper time. Jasmine. Take care, Kevin Michael. Always nice to have you here. Like WX50, I work at school that had Windows, Mac, Chromebooks. I had to learn them all. Yeah, today's is Chromebooks also. We gotta have that. Danny Shortwave has an Amiga 500 with Terrible Fire accelerator board, 8GB CF card as a hard drive. Cool. Hey, Michael, nice to have you on board. Welcome aboard. Why all the clippy PFPS? I don't get what? Why all the clippy? What? UTV and Ham KD9 WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Robert Spalding, Computers, Path. Victorny, C64. Packard Bell Multimedia PC with 4 megs RAM. Then a series of laptops. Now a Toshiba laptop with Windows 10. I hope you're enrolled in the extra 1 year of Windows 10, Robin. Kenny Shortwave, every program game made for the Amiga on an SD card. That would have been heaven back in the 80s. Oh God, yes. I was a bad boy in the high school and back in the 80s. I was part of, so there was a BBS, if anybody remembers, bulletin board systems with connecting with a modem way before the internet. I actually was paying $10 a month in 1985 for a bulletin board system that had every single game that ever was made for Commodore 64. And so I had a 1200 baud modem. So downloading one disc of Commodore 64 was like, I don't know, 80 minutes or something. It's like it was there, like it was forever. It was like so freaking long. But the reason I was paying $10 a month is at school, some people knew that I could have any game. And games were expensive. In the 80s, games were as expensive as today. So if you put the inflation to it, a game from 1985 would cost $300 today. So there were games at $60, $70 in 85. That's a lot of money. So they all knew that, well, you know, this guy, you'll have the game you want for $5. So a lot of people, not just the students. I had teachers coming up to me. It's like, oh, it's my son's birthday, and you know, it's like he wants this, and this game. Do you think you can? Yeah, of course. I had all of the games. I was downloading constantly. It was just so funny because in '85, my mom finally told me, I said, you can't hog the phone line like this with the BBS. So I can't talk to anybody. So I said, okay, fine. So in '85, at age 16, I actually called and had my own phone line installed that I would pay every month. But it was worth it because I had that $10 fee and I had the phone line for like maybe, I don't know, in '85 the phone line was like $18 or something. So yeah, I had to pay $28 a month, but everybody wanted games, so I was like, I would make $300 or $400 a month. So I was like, yeah, fine. You want a game? So I had my own phone line. My Commodore computer was 24 hours a day linked to that BBS, downloading games all the time. It's like, you know, I just looked at, is everything's all right? Everything's working? Yeah, fine, okay. That was my teenage years. That was my really teenage years. So, God. You know, the worst part of it, today I understand that, I mean, that was illegal. I could have been in really freaking big trouble. And, yeah. That also gave me a lot of money to pay for sending QSL cards to all stations. I spent hundreds of dollars sending out reception reports to stations all the time. Because of that. I had money because of that. You know, I could have been in big trouble, honestly. I could have been like, you know, the cops going and it's like, well, this is the pirate. Here's a pirate. Oh, Wolverine. Wolverine really strong on 6975 right now. Thank you, Matt, for letting us know. Yeah, Bob from Rick, my distro is better than your distro. And there are reasons already as why a Mac works better for some people than others. There's a logical way of doing things. And that's it. That's the way it is. And it's okay. Hey, Tristan, take care. Nice to have you here. Oh, like, what is 6070? It could be channel 292 from Germany also. Channel 292 from Germany. could be what you're hearing, Oleg. I don't know what language it is. CFRX in Toronto is English only. 6070 is channel 292. It might be in English or anything else. If it's another language, it's not. It's not from Canada. Oh God, all radios there are still today. You should go to my tech channel. You'd see all the annoying Linux users trying to say that Linux is so much better. You know. Doesn't love your C975 strong in Alabama. Rose Spalding, I haven't received any offer to enroll in Windows 10 extension. Still waiting. Okay, so you looked at Windows, your Windows updates to see if you had the banner. You're gonna get it soon. It should be there sometime. Old radios, then becoming a Mac guy until 2011. You know, it was so funny because the reactions. When I was a tech guy, I bought a MacBook Pro, and the reason I did is that people would not tell me what they had as a PC. So I ended up, they calling a tech guy, which was a Windows guy, and I end up in front of a Mac. And so I was like, oh, okay. So when that happened more than a few times, I thought, okay, I got to buy a MacBook so I don't look stupid searching for stuff on a Mac. Because a PC is a PC, a computer is a computer. Things are everything, like everywhere, the same freaking thing. But you need to know where to look for the settings, for the things like that. So you need to know about it. So I thought, okay, I'm going to buy a MacBook. And I actually fixed a lot of MacBooks. And for those that think viruses don't exist on Mac, you have no idea how many MacBooks I had to freaking fix and reinstall the operating system because of Mac viruses. Yes, they exist. They're even worse today. Be careful. So, you know, Random Radio says, used to operate FastScan TV years ago on 23 centimeters and 10 gigahertz. The quality was broadcast level over here. And me and my friends used to, the PAL system. Okay, okay. It's interesting. I would have been interested in seeing the results of that. Master Blaze Radio and Television. Yeah, there's supposed to be a MacBook this fall that is in the price range of what a lot of Windows users want to pay, because there's, you know, it's like if you check the different options. So it depends on what you want, a laptop or not. But there's some Mac stuff that's lower in price than it used to be. But yeah, you know, I remember when I bought my MacBook Pro, I paid $2,000 for it back in the day. And the K2 Windows 95, yeah, no, Windows 95 was like the thing. It's like the only time when people were waiting in line to get Windows. That was something. That was something. Waiting in line to get Windows. Oh God, that. You just bought a pint, Mike B, and he wants he's got a picture apparently. So let's check it out. A point. You've got a point. Cheers. And here's the picture, Mike. Ah, there we go. Let's put it this way. There we go. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Whoops. Here we go. That's cool. That is cool. That is cool. So we've got on the left side a Texan PL, 330? And on the right side, the XH data receiver. That's cool. Any shortwave Amiga X copy, how to program. Copy program's the best. Oh God. It's incredible. Yeah. I mean, Paul Stringer, what up is your text channel? It's at WWCT. So it's Windows, Computers, and Technology. Here. Here's the channel for those who want a tech channel. It's very techy, and it's not for everyone. But if you want to check it out, this is the tech channel. And here we go. Tech channel is here. And so, yeah, I mean, I remember the days of the bulletin boards and first connecting to a BBS, a bulletin board system. Oh, man. And then connecting to the internet and with a 56K modem. Oh, God. 56K modem. That was something, the 56K modem on internet. Dan, oh, man. The game changer. The day the guy came from Bell and installed high-speed internet in 99, which equals 1 megabits per second. Oh God, that was fast. Oh God, that was fast. 1 megabits per second on my PC. Man, this was the fastest thing in the world. And I was like, oh wow. And today I'm at 1 gigabit per second. 1 gigabit per second. 1,000 times that speed. I am broadcasting this at 10 megabits per second. 10 times the speed I had on the internet in 1998-99. My sending you pictures 10 megabits per second. I mean, how is not amazing of how technology just pushed forward so fast? It's just crazy. Eamon G. O'Doherty, nice to have you here from Glasgow, Scotland. Nice to have you here, my friend. Danny Shortwave, Windows 95 was the first version on Windows that had built-in networking for connecting to the internet. Yep. Absolutely. Amazing when you think about it. Really amazing. My WX50 when it had 28.8K modem. Turn off image loading on the web pages so I wouldn't have to wait so long. Oh man. So, I have a question for you guys. What's the first word that I took? And back then it was Yahoo search. Google did not exist. When I got my internet and I saw Yahoo search, what's the first word that I searched for? Post it here. I want to see you guys if you can read my mind. Think about who I am. What was the first word I Googled? Not Googled. Yahooed. The first word I Yahooed in 1999. Can you guys know about my first Yahoo? Danny Shortwave sex. Shortwave. Matt, you got it. It could have been radio, but it was really shortwave. I Yahooed shortwave. Let's put both together, like Robin and Matt. I think it was shortwave radio. And then all these pages just popped up in my face. And I was like, oh, wow. Danny Shortwave says he did. Well, you know, I'll be fair, and I won't leave you alone, Danny. Maybe that was my second word. But shortwave radio was my first search. I was like, whoa, look at all of these freaking websites that talk about radio and shortwave radio. Hey, I'm not alone in the universe. There's all of these people searching for what I'm searching. This is so great. But, you know, yeah, Juarez, of course. I mean, I was a bad guy in the early days of the internet. The first thing, when I learned about, you know, torrents and installed whatever. I remember installing Napster for music and all of those shit. I mean, I remember, you know, me and my sister that died of cancer, we would play adventure games all the time. And we played a lot of adventure games. I mean, if we had to pay for them, we probably was paid thousands of dollars in games over the years. And of course, I was the guy that was like, yeah, let me deal with that. And of course, there was torrents, and on torrents you could get what? Games with the cracks to make sure that the game works, even though it's supposed to be, you know, protected. And so, I mean, oh God. Hey, Idaho Head, take care, my friend. And so I went to, you know, downloading these games, and I would send a copy to my sister. I still remember I had my first HP computer in 2000 with a CD writer. You know, one of the first CD writers was a 2X, dreadfully slow, like half an hour just to write a CD. But you know what? I would download these games, put it on the CD. I would meet my sister at some event, give her all the CDs, explain to her how it is going to be, you know, installed. HP Hewlett Packard, London. A $2,400 Pentium 3 computer. I still remember. $2,400 freaking dollars. And it had a CD writer, which no computers had at the time. And I made music CDs with, of course, Napster, and that would give everybody. And I made you know, I would give my sister the CDs with all the games. I would take and we would have fun. I mean, we would buy games. We purchased games online many times. We purchased games when she come down here. We still had a store called Crazy Irving, which was a computer shop that had tons of software and games, and we bought stuff there. So you know, we weren't just pirates. We would buy stuff, but we also, you know, it was like, you know, my sister always tell me, you know, my brother knows things that I don't know. It's like, yeah, like how to get games for free and music for free. And so I would give her the CDs and everything, and we would play all the games together. And it's like, you know, it was something. Wow, thank you so much, Mike B, for sharing your lottery wins with me tonight. It's nice to have you on board, and thank you so much. Oh God, and oh man. If you're a guy, I think we all search for that S word. It's human nature. Man will be man, as we say. Yeah. Oh God. Random Radio uses uTorrent now and then. So, London 19657 Shill could have got a new kidney or a hair transplant. Not you, me. Oh God. The Random Radio, not Random Radio, who was it? Yeah, Random Radio, last count of many trials, free trials CompuServe. My brother, so I was like the computer pimp. Because when I started doing my take duties, I started getting old computers that were still working and not that bad from clients that actually had new computers. So I was getting tons of computers for free. And I was like, okay, whoa. And so my sister, my brother, and my other sister all had computers because of me. Free computers. I would install them in the computers that I had from clients that just didn't want them anymore. So they got into the internet like that. But my brother was the funniest because there were the AOL trial discs. Try AOL for like 3 months or something. So he would install AOL the first time. So the way it worked is that if you had a different name and a different credit card, you could have another 3 months. So my brother would go around and ask people for their credit card numbers and saying, oh, don't worry, I'm going to cancel before they charge you. I just want to have another 3 months. I think he had 3 years in a row of free AOL with all the people that said, oh, yeah, all right, here's my credit card number. Funny story. Oh, God. AOL, 2001-ish, in that area. From 2000 to 2, 3 max, with AOL CDs in the mailbox all the time. Yeah, BearShare, Kazaa, LimeWire, we all did that. When Napster got shut, I remember when Napster was the first time I got into Napster. I just couldn't believe that I could download every single freaking thing that I've ever wanted in music. I got Napster, I downloaded the software at 7 p.m. and I think I went to bed at 4 in the morning. I was working that next morning. People are telling me, why are you so tired? I just downloaded, I was on 1 megabit per second. I was like, I just downloaded hundreds of songs I wanted to listen to for free with, Napster. Oh, God. We all did that. I mean, it's just so crazy. Interesting times. You know what mostly made me mad about the music industry? Today the music industry, the artists, yeah, I know it's not easy because of the way it works now. Jonathan Coronel, nice to have you here from Argentina. But you know what? Back then, we were getting screwed by the music industry. I remember buying a vinyl of The Doors, buying a CD of The Doors, which was $25. It's like I already paid my dues on the vinyl. I'm paying my dues on that new shit. And at some point, it's like, I'm on Napster. Am I really feeling bad about downloading music for free? No, I paid the freaking rights long time ago. And that was my mind frame was, nope. I have their albums. I have their CDs. I'm sorry. Give it to me for free now. Because I got enough of that shit. And this is why everybody went mad on all of these things. It's like, no, I'm sorry. I paid my dues. I paid especially when you download, music from some like dead artists. Yeah, where the fuck is it going today? Come on. He's dead. Jonathan says, I bought a radio shortwave Sanjian ATS 909X2. Is it good? Today I've been doing some searches and it works decent. Oh, it's absolutely nice. Absolutely nice. It's a great radio. You got a great little radio there, Jonathan. Matt says, I refuse to feel guilty if I was downloading something I own. Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't feel guilty of any of that. Because it was like, no. Okay, I paid for it already. So, you know what? I don't care. Danny Shortwave says, my first DSL was 1.5 megabits per second. I was never on Forever Q downloading MP3s. I still have all of that today stored in CDs. I probably have a box somewhere with some of those CDs. I remember making like 30 CDs of top 10 80s hits. It was like, again. But, oh man. MDK2, that does bring up an interesting point. Did Jim Morrison have any next of kin? If not, who's getting money from his estate? I never heard of Jim Morrison having anybody else in his family or brother or anything. That's a good question. I mean, if there's nobody else to get the royalties, but yeah, definitely, I don't know. I have no idea. Jim Morrison. Let's see here. Jim Morrison. I'm gonna Google Jim Morrison family. So he had a father. Oh, he had a younger brother and sister. So they would benefits of his. Oh, and okay, they benefited from his will, as they say here. So, yeah, he had a sister and a brother, and they benefited from his will. So, So that's interesting. Robert Spalding asked Jeeves. Yeah, to Southern Airmen. I had DSL. You know when I moved here? Southern Airmen. I had DSL. And the week I moved here, I had DSL. And about, I'd say 2 weeks into being here, I start calling him because my DSL would drop at 5 p.m., come back around 9 p.m. every single day. So I already had started my tech guy duties. So I called them up, and they're like, oh, we're going to look into your computer. No. My computer's fine. Your modem, the synchronization just stops at 9 p.m. every night and comes at 5 p.m. every night and comes back at 9 p.m. So they're like, okay, well, I don't know. And it took me like 8 calls before they sent me to another level. Another level looked at and said, oh, you got that old modem? We're going to send you the new one. It's like, okay, now somebody knows. I plug in the new one, works fine. But here's the catch. A month later, from the new modem, it stopped synchronizing again. But now, all the time. So I call back. Once again, they say, oh, so your computer. It's not my computer. It doesn't sync. It's your network. It took, I don't know how many calls again that they came back and said, the guy said, oh, they're so stupid. We changed the technology in your area. Your modem is useless. You need a new one. They had to send me another modem again because of the new technology. And then I actually stayed with Bell for a few years until, so my internet speed in 2007 or 8 was supposed to be around 5 megabits per second. And I was always around 1, never faster than 1. When I would go and fix computers at my clients, they were at 5. So it was like, okay, I'm frustrated here. I don't have as fast internet as everybody else. So I called him up, and again, it was always the same freaking shit. Until one guy said, look, I'm going to have one expert, one other level, call you back. So the guy from the other level was like an old guy and says, yeah, I'm supposed to have 5. Everybody has 5 in my clients. I have 1. And I know that cable has 10 speed. So I told him, I said, so what's happening? And I remember the guy said, okay, here. You live in an area where the cables are 40 years old. We can't push the speed higher because it doesn't work. So I said, okay, what does that mean? It means one day we're going to actually upgrade the cables and you'll be faster. I said, okay, and when is that going to happen? He said, could be tomorrow, could be in 1 year, could be in 10 years. We don't know. Okay, so I told him, I said, so you want me to move the cable to get faster? And he said, well, if you want to have faster, yes, absolutely, the only way. And I moved to cable, which is I am still here now today. So, you know, it's some of those stories sometimes. It's just like, yeah, all right. You know, you pay for something, you want to pay for what speed you're going to get. I mean, come on. You know what? I remember there was a ask.com, which I guess might exist. Does it still exist? If I do ask.com. Does that still exist? Yeah, it still does. Ask.com. So when that started, when I was doing my tech duties, I asked. I was going a little crazy because people were complaining of the price of my tech duties. And anyone that owns a business knows that, yeah, you do have to, charge a minimum because, all the costs that goes around owning a business and everything, and you're going to clients and all of that, but people don't understand that. So it was a little rough on me when people were like, well, why are you asking so much money just to fix my computer? I went to ask.com and I said, how do I justify the price of my services? And this was very enlightening, actually, because the first comment, the first item that came back was, you don't have to justify the price of your service. That's what you charge. If they're not happy, move on. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay, okay, yeah, okay, all right, I don't have to. Oh man, Canada DSL wasn't available in my area until 2015 before it was dial-up. Was 26,400 on a good day. Youch. Wouch. That is crazy. That is crazy. And I can imagine there's so many people that live in rural areas that still are on dial-up. Thank you, London 19657, for the donation. But you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. So we're at 4 hours and 46 minutes. What should we do? Hey Kevin, I love your channel. Learned about Plex vulnerability from you before it was even widely known. Cool. I have a lot of these news that are before so many people actually talk about it. So that's the Tech Channel. Tech Channel is great for that. I have a lot of news on the Tech Channel that are way before anybody else. My WS50 is about 900 plus megabits per second, so pretty cool. My beginnings were at 300 baud, so you know I can't ask too much today. I still remember the first time going into a BBS. I was actually writing a column for the COCQ, which was a Club en Cours du Québec, which was a Quebec radio club. And I had to upload my log column to a BBS in Chicoutimi. And do you remember, guys, that you had to call after 11 p.m. because it costs less for long distance? So I would call on a Friday night at 11 p.m. so that it costs only 14 cents per minute. And that was something. That was something. And because in the daytime, forget it. It would have cost me a fortune to call on long distance. Danny Shortwave, my first modem, 300 baud, Commodore 64. Yep, I had the Treon. You know where? Actually, it was so funny. When the 300 baud modem I had back for the Commodore was in a box with tons of other stuff that somebody gave me. And I looked at this stuff and it said, modem. And I was like, what's that? And that was my first modem, which you could read. You could just sit down and read as it was coming through the screen. And I actually went and purchased a 1200 baud, the 1200 baud Commodore modem. And when I plugged that in and I looked like, it's like, oh, this is so freaking fast. Dan V, nice to have you here. Yeah, what's long distance today? Absolutely. I mean, my phone, I got this on with what I have here is Canada and US unlimited. I can call any number in North America except, well, not Mexico. And there's no long distance anymore. It's like they were screwing us so bad back then. And I mean the 1200 baud. And when I had my Commodore 128, I got a 2400 baud, which if you wanted to reach 2400 baud, you had to be in Commodore 128 mode on a 40 on the RGB connector for that RGB screen and click fast, which was a command on the Commodore 128 in 128 mode to make the computer work at 2 megahertz instead of 1. It was the only way that it actually made the 2400 baud modem work at 2400 baud because the computer was too slow for a 2400 baud modem. That was like crazy. Oh, you got a Wi-Fi modem on your Commodore 64, Danny? Wow. So this is crazy. Luna Loud Maggie, you ever heard Wi-Fi at 2.4 gigahertz on ICR 8600 or ZR? Well, they do connect through, networks. It's pretty interesting. It was just so crazy. I mean, like all of that, and you're like, oh man, this is just. We moved on so much, It's like I say all the time. If you had told me in 1982 when I had the VIC-20 that I had my own little TV studio, basically, which is what do you call it, with a stream on a network where people around the world are watching me, I would have told you, get out of here. Ain't gonna happen in my lifetime. I mean, come on, imagine what technology was there. I remember a friend of mine telling me, oh, one day those racing games are going to be 3D inside a real world environment, and like, get out of here. Yeah, okay, I'm playing some of those games today. I'm playing Forza. It's like, yeah, they are like that today. It's like technology advanced at a pace that's just amazing. Just crazy when you think about it. So, hey guys, I really love you guys a lot. We've been on for almost 5 hours now. So, I was on a Commodore 128 Luna Loud Maggie, not on a Commodore 64. I had an interface. I had a little, it was a, one of those JVC modems. So it was a serial connector. I had a serial to Commodore adapter so that it could work, and I was on a Commodore 128. Kamikaze 76, I tried to get cable here for 30 years. They did a survey and said it could cost $1 million to build out. My state of Michigan did some grant program for enable expansion where they paid. Wow, pretty crazy. Matt says the dreaded A guys. Yeah. So thanks guys for being here. It was a lot of fun. Don't forget the super chat and pizza fund. Much appreciated to have all of you here through PayPal. And I'm going to London 19657. No pizza break. Thanks you guys for being here. It's always amazing to have you on board. And hey, we're gonna see each other next Saturday and have fun. It's fun to sometimes digress into our, we're all the same. We all went through different technologies and different things we did, and it's just so cool. So thank you so much guys for being here. Much appreciated. Don't forget, your donations help this continue, and it's always nice to have you here all the time. So stay safe guys, and see you soon next Saturday, 20 hours UTC, with another live show.